Hello and welcome to ZaranTech. Did you know that companies implementing DevOps see up to a 50% faster delivery of applications? Let us dive into DevOps certification. Here we'll explore how DevOps integrates development and operations to streamline processes and enhance collaboration. DevOps isn't just a trend, it's a crucial approach in today's tech landscape. Studies show that 94% of IT leaders see improved deployment frequency with DevOps, and 77% prioritize it for their teams. This approach not only speeds up product delivery, but also boosts overall efficiency and customer satisfaction. In our course, we'll dive into essential DevOps practices, including continuous integration and delivery, infrastructure as code, and automated testing. You'll learn about the tools that are transforming the industry, such as Docker, Kubernetes, and Jenkins. By the end of this course, you'll understand how to implement DevOps in real-world scenarios, making you a valuable asset to any tech team. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Overview of DevOps. 2. DevOps principles. 3. DevOps tools. 4. DevOps certification training. 5. Version control with Git. Let's dive in.
So let's imagine, guys, on the left hand side we have the client, Git client. So Git client is where so far we have ran the commands, and we need to actually create one GitHub account. So this is nothing but your central repository, guys. Okay, so when you have this central repository, your Git client needs to access to your central repository. Okay, now the reason because this is that many people need to actually store their changes in a central repository. So you have a Git client there, you'll have a Git client here, many people connecting to the central repo. So this GitHub is nothing but your central repo. Why do we require central repo? What is the purpose of connecting to the central repository? So, and they see you, what you do generally, if you want to share with your colleagues, you will put it in a shared drive, correct? This is also a shared drive. Central repository also a shared drive. Okay, so I'll go to github.com. So I'll click here, new repository. Okay, on the right hand side top you have plus button. So go to github.com. Check if you can see plus button and new repository. So when I click on new repository, it says owner, your name, Nuri, and it will ask for a repository name. So I'll put it like Zaran. Okay, put it like Zaran. And here we have two types of repository: public, anyone can use; private repository. We will generally go for public repository so that for this demonstration purpose you understand it. So you select the public, you give the repository name, come down and create a repository. That's what you need to do. So now can you see these commands? Now let me go back to the paint and illustrate you something. Okay. So guys, from the Git client, wherever you are, whether it is single machine or multiple machine, in my case, let's take an example that I'm on my machine. I wanted my Git client to connect to my central repo, because central repo is where I store my information. It's as similar as this, guys. Let's say I have some money with me. I wanted to store it in a bank. Okay, I will do it in a bank, right? So similarly, I have some files which I wanted to store it into the central repository. Okay, but do the user need to know the location of the storage where he needs to store? Of course, right? You need to tell to your Git client what is your central repository location. That's why you go to your Git client and type git remote add origin and your name and the ZaranTech zarangit.git. This is what we need to give. Okay, so that is what it says. Push an existing repository from the command line. You can start from here also, but what you need to do is, instead of push origin main, use master, because that is a branch what we got. Of course, we can use we can create a new branch called main, but we are using master instead of main. So I will go to the location. I'll demonstrate it to you so that you can do along with me. Zaran practice. Here I can open the Git Bash from ZaranTech, right click, Git Bash here. Okay, Git status says nothing, everything is committed. That's what it says. So Nuri, if you can see something, you have the .git folder. If I open the config file here, this config file, as of now, it's very plain. Okay, it doesn't have any remote repository information. It does not have anything. Okay, now let me come back and show you a beautiful thing. So what I will do, I will add my remote repository now first. So for your remote repository command, go here. You will say right click, paste whatever you copied. Okay, then I will say git push -u origin master, because master is the branch which I got on local. If you say main, it will push it to the main branch. So then that there is no use, because you need to maintain the branch name properly. Whatever is on the local, remote also you should have the same name for you to sync the changes. See, in my local, I have a branch called master. Okay. Of course, if I wanted to maintain the same on the remote repository location, definitely I have to store it in the master only. Savings accounts is a savings account. Current account is different, right? So that is the reason you wanted to actually store your master branch, store it as a master branch itself on the remote location. So git push -u origin master. The moment I say this, it connects to my remote repository and pushes all the changes. What are the changes that I have on my local? I have nothing but hello.txt. Let's see if this works. There, it's done. Enumerating objects, it has pushed. If you go back to your repo and refresh it, you'll get your hello.txt there. Got it? Just now we got it. Now, let me go back to the notepad. You will see something very beautiful here. Earlier, it was nothing here. See, after pushing it and after adding the repository, what happens to this file? What happened? What did it do? It added the URL, because see, this .git folder is called as metadata. You understand what is metadata? You have the, you know the jargon of metadata terminology. Metadata is something like it maintains all the information about this folder. This Zaran practice folder information is maintained inside .git. Got it now? Everything, changes, commits, whatever we did it will be stored inside the .git folder here. Okay, so can you please do this? Please push it to the repo, and definitely you can see it from here. Git, that is on the, yeah, after creating a repository, create a repository. Yes, but instead of main, please use master. Don't forget. Good. Go to your git bash now. There you go. It got pushed. Okay, it said something. Okay, can you push it again now? Press up arrow. You need not type all the commands. Always please remember the shortcuts. Okay, everything was there. So go to your repository, remote repository in the background. Minimize this command prompt. Yes, refresh. Click refresh on the top. Refresh button. Yes. There you go. What do you say? Speak out now. Can't hear you, Nari. I think you're on mute. So this is what we did so far, guys, and so I have able to successfully, push to the repo. So now what I can do is I can actually check out the branches that I have at my local and the remote. So git branch is the command. -l means local. Git branch -r means remote. If you want to get both local and remote, git branch -a. Can you try it out these things? 3 commands. Git branch -l, git branch -r for remote. -l means local. So that's your master branch. -R means origin master, whatever you pushed right now. And -A means it gives you both local and remote. So you can just keep track this this lab activity so that this is very useful for you. Okay. So now branching strategy, always we keep our main branch untouched. That is your master branch. We can always create a new branch, preferably matching to your Jira ticket. So what happens generally in your organization, right? They will assign you some bugs and tickets. Okay, so whenever you have these bugs or tickets assigned to you, so these tickets are assigned to you so that you can start working on them. Okay, so whenever there's a ticket assigned to you, if you wanted to do some coding inside the Git, always create that with the new feature branch. So that's why I'm creating a branch called Git feature 101. That is the one which I am trying to make some changes. Okay, so now what happens is whenever I create a branch, so Nori, this is your master branch, right? Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, now what happens, all of a sudden from here, I will divulge the branch. That means I'm actually cutting the branch and I'm coming out of it, which will be a parallel branch here. So of course I'll put something like this. Okay, for example, it's here like this. This is master branch. From this master branch, I'll create one more feature branch. Can you see here? Okay, this is what it is. This is where you're cutting the branch. Okay, and you're getting into a feature branch. So this feature branch is where you actually introduce a new feature. So a good example is here. Nuri, for example, if you see Amazon website, right? Now it will be 2021. When you're in 2022, the footer information will change to 2022, right? Do you agree?
Yes.
Yes. So in that classic scenarios, yearly release or monthly release, you can create a new branch and do it. Got it?
Yes.
So that whatever features that are introducing, you have a separate branch for this. You understanding my point? You have separate working copy for every change that you're doing. Clear? So I'm just giving you some example, year wise or month wise. So for example, we are in March now. For April, you have a different release. Yeah, coming out of from that month or year, whatever it is. So if it's in April, you'll create a new branch for your April release. So the branch name, you can name it as April also for your convention. Got it? Now we'll see how you create a branch. Get branch. I'll create a new branch. In this, I'll create feature 101 because that is the feature which you wanted to introduce. Okay. Now, in order to see in which branch I'm in right now, if you see Git branch, it will tell you. Can you figure it out from this in which branch I'm in right now? When I type Git branch, in which branch I'm here? I typed Git branch. Can you see these two lines? What can you make it out from them? Feature 101 is one branch. Master is one branch. Git branch will tell you in which branch you are right now. So you have to listen very attentively. Okay. Now from this command, what do you understand from the response? When I type Git branch, what is it telling you back? In which branch you are in right now? How can you figure it out from these two commands? In which branch you are right now? You have color, you have asterisks, you have to look at it and tell me. You have an asterisk, you have a color also, green color. In which branch you are in right now? But when you created a new branch, it should be in feature 101, right? Why still it is in master? That is your next question. But let's do this and let me know. So what it is showing now, which branch is it showing? Very good. It's showing that you're on your master branch. Now, if you want to switch out to your feature branch, git checkout feature 101. It says switch it to branch feature 101. Now if I type git branch, what does it say? Can you see the difference from here and here?
Yeah, it went
What's
to
the difference?
feature
Yes,
101.
yes. Please do it now. Please do it and let me know. Nice. So in which branch you're in right now?
Feature 101.
How can you switch back to master? What command you should use? If you want to switch from master to feature 101, you gave command git checkout feature 101. If you want to switch out from feature 101 to master, what command you should give? If you say git checkout feature 101, checkout means it's not a, you're not coming out. Please remember, checkout means you're going inside the branch. You're checking it out. Checking it out means you're looking at it. That means you're not coming out of the branch. Checking out means you're at the branch. You're coming inside the branch. Now, if you want to come inside master branch, what do you need to do? That is for all branches. I do not want you to list out the branches, Nuri. I want you to switch the branch from feature 101 to master branch. What will you do? Please read the commands. The command is in front of you only. What git branch will do? Please tell me. Type git branch. What it will show you? What git branch is showing for you? Yes. Now, how do you check out to master branch? Okay. Let's go back here. You have git branch feature 101 and master branch. What is this command doing? Please check the difference and tell me. What is this command doing? What is doing? So what is switching? Now, how do you actually take into master branch? What command you should give? Try that and tell me. Try that. What does it say? Let me try the same command. So if I say git branch, what does it say now? In which branch I am in right now? Very good.
Okay,
If I want to switch to feature 101, what should I give?
Git checkout feature 101.
In which branch I am in right now? See it and tell me from here. You understood now? Now, what I will do is, I'll go to the file now. I'll start making some changes to this file. I'll say I'm on feature 101. Okay. Can you make these changes and save it, please? After that, I'll tell you. Open the file. Are you on feature 101 now? Please check it. Which branch you are in? Go back and check. Go to feature and tell me whether you're able to go to feature.
Switch to branch feature 101.
Very good. Now go to your folder. Go to your folder, open the document hello.txt and make these changes. Type this. Type the same, whatever I'm showing you. Good. Save it and type git status. What does it show? Very good. Modified, right? Because you modified something, it is showing that it is modified. Am I correct? Is that behavior expected? Is it saying it's modified? Git add hello.txt. For me, it is hello.txt. For you, it is hello.txt.txt. Can you please add this command? You're staging it and then we are committing it. Adding is done, right? Git commit -m. Added new changes on feature 101. Just type the same thing. Is it done? Press enter. What does it say?
For me, 01436E3 added new changes in feature 101.
What does that mean? It committed, right? New changes, correct? Very good. If you wanted to push to the master 101, see, if you can go back and check here, you have only one branch called master on the remote, correct? Okay. Now you need to push the same thing 101 to your remote. So you should say git push -u origin. What should I type? Master is for pushing on the master branch. On which branch you want to push now? Yes. Because what I mean to say here is, see, if you go back here, you have your master branch. From master, you will send it to master branch. If you have a feature branch here, will you still send it to master again here? No, right? You need a separate branch here, which is feature 101. You're getting my point? Because if you send it to master from feature, then there's no point of having feature branch, right? Because others should get these changes. If they want to get the changes, they need to get both the branches, correct? So git push origin feature 101. If I push the changes to 101, come back and refresh the GitHub page, and you should see two branches now. So feature 101 has recent pushes. Now you should see two branches. Can you do it? In GitHub, what do you see? Inside the master. Okay, you mean to see from the top down, you're saying. This is not inside master. It is, you're not having feature inside master branch. You have to check that. You have to understand that this is running on master branch right now. You can switch it to feature. If I switch it to feature now, here it will get changed to feature 101. See, now it is feature 101, correct? Now this doesn't mean that inside feature 101 I have master. That is not the understanding. You have to understand this. This is a drop down for which you need to select a branch. You never have branch inside branch in Git. I didn't understand why you are saying inside master we have feature 101. I was very confused about your opinion. That's why I'm trying to clarify that. Okay, very good. Now do you understand that you have created two new branches? You're able to create two new branches. Clear about it? Okay, now I'll give a small exercise. You should get ready for this. Simple thing. So whatever commands you have, if you need help, I can help you. Okay. So what you need to do is create a new branch, feature 102. Okay. Go to hello.txt, in your case txt. Okay. Make changes to the existing file. Like you add text as follows. New changes in feature 102. Okay, so you need to create a new branch. Go to the above branch, check out to the other branch, check out to the new branch, add this feature, add this note, git status, git add, git commit. See, I'm giving all the commands itself for you. Okay, I'm not asking you to do exercise. I'm giving you the commands. Please add new changes. Add new changes. Why to use please? Added new changes. And push to. Let's see if you can do this. What I will do is I'll make you as presenter. I'll just type this in the chat because I really want you to pick up. I don't want you to, just sit and watch. So I'll make you as presenter. Good. So whatever I typed in on the chat, can you paste it in the new notepad, please? Whatever I typed you on the chat, copy that, paste it into a notepad. Whatever the assignment I gave you right now. What do you need to create now first? Yeah, you can refer. How did you create feature 101? Similarly, you should create feature 102. You can refer to it. Excellent. You created a branch. How can you check the branch? Whether it branch has created or not? What is for git checkout? Git checkout is for switching to the branch. List me the branches what you have on your local. Come on, you do it. Just do it, because we've been doing from past 15 minutes or so, for 20 minutes or so. You have to be very quick. You have to understand these commands. Scroll it up and see. How did you list all the branches? See there. See there in front of you. What did you type? Good. Are you able to list the branches? What do you mean by listing the branches? Because I see that you're getting sometimes confused with the language also. So what is listing down the branches? No, that is okay. What is listing down the branches here? What is grid branch doing? What is listing down the branches? showing you the list, showing you the branches, correct? Whatever branches on your local you have, it is listing down the branches. Do you understand this terminology? Listing down the branches. What is listing down? Showing the branches one by one. Am I correct? You understand that?
Yes.
Yes. Can you now check out to switch it to 102? How do you switch from 101 to 102? Take your own time. Excellent. Now, which branch you are in? How do you know? List down the branches. Can you list down the branches? Which branch you are in right now?
102.
Excellent. Good. I think now you're picking up the pace. You're able to understand it now. Now, what would I ask you to do next after doing this?
Check out to the new branch.
That you did it, right?
We did already.
Edit here itself. What do I mean to say here is, don't remove that. You should not remove those changes because those changes are done by someone in your local team, or maybe it's you or someone. You don't remove them, right? You add the change. Add something new beneath it. You saved it? Type git status.
It's modified.
What do you need to do next? Yeah. Go ahead, please. Sorry? Git add. What are you adding there? Git add means, what does it mean? Please check your previous commands, Nuri. I'm going to give you one more assignment after this. Please check your commands. Scroll it up. Why did you give that there? Hello.txt. Why you have to give that? Because that is the file what you made changes. Come on. That is a file where you have made the changes. Yes or no? Excellent. Now what you need to do? I want to see these changes in my remote. What do you do? You're able to push it? Yeah. What you need to do? Why are you giving 102? Nuri, what is the branch name, Nuri? Please tell me what is the branch name.
Feature 102.
Yeah. So why are you giving just one number? That's what I was confused.
Feature 102 had recent pushes less than a minute ago.
Excellent. Very good. Now you're understanding. Good. So you can stop sharing your screen. Cool. So we understood. Okay, let me start sharing the screen. So far we are able to push all the changes from local to remote repository. Okay. So you can actually able to push the changes to remote. So if you wanted to actually clone these things, okay, that means if any other person comes in and wanted to clone it, they can definitely do it by using git clone command. So clone of ZaranTech, clone of Zaran Git, whatever it is, give a name. Inside this, you're going to open your git bash, and you're going to actually take the repository here, click on code, copy the repository name. Okay, now this is your clone of Zaran git clone. That means you're copying from remote to local. So far you did it from local to remote. You pushed it from local to remote. You're getting from remote to local now. Got it? There you go. You got Zaran Git and you got the hello.txt. Can you try this now? You need to create a folder. I'll just write the instructions here. Create a new folder. Create new folder called clone git. Okay, inside clone git, start git bash. Now git clone repository name. You're getting me? Clone of Zaran practice. So basically, you're getting all the information from the remote to the local. You understood that, right? Very good. You gave literally like repo URL here. Whatever I'm showing. How can you type like that? What did I tell you?
Okay, so get clone only then.
What is this? You're following my session, right? What is repository URL? Where do you get your repository URL? So you are supposed to copy this URL, right? And it should clone, right? You're able to clone it? Yeah, this is what it says, right? Now you understand what is cloning also, right? Okay, good. So any other questions? Because I don't want to start a new topic. Because for you, I want you to practice these three things first. Okay, you can ask me any other questions because if you understand only these things, it will be possible for you to understand more. So from the beginning to till date, I mean, whatever we did it on Git commands, any questions you have, I can still help you now. Please, let me know. No, those are the same. GUI is very simple for you. Git bash is something which we have actually went through all the commands. Okay, so what you can do is, okay, what I will do is I'll make you as presenter. You can just share your screen and open the material. We can just open the material. I'll just tell you whatever I have prepared for the material so that you can, practice in the weekend. Just share your screen. So let's open the material. You're going to start it from here, right? Ensure that you have Git installed. And if you want to install Git on a Linux, but you don't want to install on any Linux machine. So first thing is creating the GitHub account. Just go through it. Just read it and let me know. If you do not understand anything, you will ask now itself. Instead of using vi command, hello, you can directly go to the folder and edit also. Because if you type capital GIT, it will not work. So it will be small g, small I, small it. Just go through it very slow, Nori, because I don't want you to, get stuck in the weekend. If you want to remove the git add, I mean, what happens in git add means it does the staging, right? It is something like you're putting some luggage inside a truck one by one. Okay. If you want to remove the luggage, you can use git remove -- cached hello.txt. That's what the command is. Sometimes even when you're using the first time, it asks you for identity. Do you remember? Git config. That's what you need to do. That's for only first time. So adding the repository, please check this. Once you give the credentials, read out that. Once you give the credentials, you understood this?
Yes.
What is it? What is it talking about? How do you create it? It's there, right? How do you create a remote repository? No, go to your remote repository. Tell me how do you create a repository? Go to your github.com URL. Okay, how do you create? Just check my instructions. Come on. What did I type there? The material. You'll find it out. Very good. You're following now, right? Good, good. Fine. I'm good now. Fine. So go to the next thing. This is for adding the repos.
The repository name.
But instead of main, we use usually master, right? Here it's main, correct?
Yes.
Don't get confused there.
Yeah.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Very good. Yeah, so long as you're following these things, it's good for you. So we have 3 days, right? Nuri. So we'll capture after 3 days. So I want you to actually practice all these things till here, or else the subsequent commands you won't be able to understand. Can you do it from the scratch, from the beginning? For these 3 days, practice for yourself. It's not today. You have till 3 days. You can start from tomorrow once you wake up. No, I mean, the reason is you're picking up really well. After I explain you, I think you're understanding it. But I think all these things are very new for you, right? Yeah, yeah. That. So that is the reason why I'm helping you. Yeah, but once you actually start using them, you'll get accustomed to it. When you push a task to the team member, you know what is your task now. So what I thought is screenshots will take a lot of MB. They take like 1 MB or 2 MB each screenshot. So that is the reason why I have written the commands itself. But that's a good idea. You can prepare one screenshot on your own. Please prepare a document for your own. It will be very much helpful. Because next time when you give a client, when you give a demo to the client, you can actually make use of these screenshots for Git. This time you'll give demo on Git to your client. But now what you're doing is instead of taking the requirements, first you work on the requirements and you give the requirements to someone. That's how the difference is here. This is very interesting. That's why I'm taking my own pace. I don't want to hurry yourself. And if I even go at a pace like where you can never catch up, that's problem for you as well. So yeah, this is what it is. Okay, so first topic that we're going to cover today is overview of DevOps. Then we're going to get into version control with the Git. And then we have Git, Jenkins, and Maven integration. Of course, before that, I will have to talk about Maven also. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to cascade 2 or 3 or more tools. Okay, let me help you to understand this. Though we're going to get into the PPT, so sometimes it's also better from my side to actually give you a overview. So inside DevOps, right, we have few set of tools, okay, which you can combine and bring them together for you to have the right kind of automation. Okay, so I will also talk about with the classic example, why do you need automation and what else you can actually achieve with DevOps slowly. But what I would like to talk to you about the roadmap is we're going to talk about a tool, probably a tool or two, combine them together to achieve a cumulative automation out of it. So you can actually bring two tools together to combine a mega tool. That tool is going to actually give you the best of the best practices, industry best practices. You can call it as automation. You can call it as a process. You can call it as an end-to-end delivery. There are a lot of jargons that you will be hearing about DevOps in the industry. And I'm here to actually give you a complete understanding today. What is DevOps all about? What you're going to learn, and what is it you can expect from the next of the sessions. Okay. So okay, let me erase these things. Okay, so like I said, we'll talk about the overview of DevOps, then we'll get into the Git. And before actually getting the Git, Jenkins, and Maven integration, of course, I need to talk about Maven. Okay, so probably I'll take a session on Maven, and then what we can do is we can add Git, Maven, and Jenkins together. I hope, guys, this makes a sense, right? As I told you earlier, in order for you to get a mega tool, you actually combine 2 or 3 tools together. In order to combine these 2 or 3 tools together, you need to first understand them individually. That is what we're going to do. Once we are done with this, we're going to have Selenium integration. We see some participants from testing background. They're going to find it really interesting. So once we understand about the Selenium automation, we're going to combine them back again with the Jenkins. Okay. Jenkins is a workflow engine, okay, where you can bring all the pieces together. As simple as you can, if you can see this session, right? So this session is happening only by the means of Zoom. So Zoom is actually helping me and you guys to get connected. We are having a platform here for us to actually make a systematic approach for teaching the sessions, right? So I hope you guys are able to find my analogies interesting. Can you guys please confirm on the chat? So this is what I do. Whenever I explain few things, I also look for a confirmation from your side, because I cannot enable each and one guys. Instead of that, I can actually ask you to type it on the chat so that I can understand it better whether you're able to follow me or not. Now, what I need from you guys is, so far, whatever I explain, hope you guys are on the same page. No problem, no problem. I'm gonna make it more and more comfortable. Don't worry, don't worry. Okay, I'm here for you to give you the best. You can extract as much as information. Of course, being a trainer, I can't conceal any information. I have to give everything the best, but definitely you can, ask me and say, Srini, I think I need some kind of another analogy for me to help connect it better. Of course, this is a technical subject, but I try to map all the technicalities which are with a functional understanding. So my sessions are going to be start from a layman perspective, so that we slowly add everything together, and we're going to have a compounding effect as we progress with the sessions. Okay, now, sure. Once we are done with the overview of DevOps, we'll talk about Git, Jenkins, and Maven. I'll come back and actually talk about these things. Okay, we'll talk about these things. What you're going to do particularly with each and every section. Okay, then we have continuous testing with Selenium, continuous deployment, containerization, continuous deployment, configuration management with Ansible, containerization with Kubernetes, monitoring with Nagios, and introduction to DevOps on cloud. Okay, and finally, I can actually talk about, few resume building activities, or if you have to go through any certification, you can. But as of now, there is no standard DevOps certification. It's not like DevOps doesn't have its own community. Okay, let me tell you, this is very interesting. All these tools were existing before, few of the tools. Maven was actually existing more than a decade, probably 15 years back. It's a very old tool, legacy tool, but still it's used in the industry widely. I'll talk about Maven and its capabilities later, but what we did is, whatever the tools that we wanted to bring it under DevOps, okay, we brought them together and we started talking them as a DevOps tool. Okay, and one more heads up, guys. First session is going to be little tricky for you, because I need to set the expectations and I need to talk about various things here. So obviously, end of session today, we're going to come back and we're going to discuss with you back again what you understood so far and how are we actually progressing, so that I can try to tweak things a little bit from my side. Okay, so all these things, don't worry about all these things. Okay, we're going to get into each and one amongst them. I'll also explain while I actually go through the slides. Okay, this is first thing which I would like to mention. Okay, I hope you guys are clear about the roadmap, what we are going to understand. Of course, you don't know what are these things, but As of now, you know that this is your roadmap. Can you guys please confirm on the chat, or you can actually talk, feel free as well. So let me set you the context here, guys. Now, nowadays, you're hearing a lot of cloud providers, right? So can someone name one of the cloud providers? One is AWS. What else we have? GCP, Azure, and Adobe. Oracle also has its own cloud. Okay. Now, I would like to actually talk about these cloud environments and what do you have inside these cloud environments. Okay. These cloud environments formerly were only supporting virtual machines and networking alone. I repeat, these cloud machines are only meant, I'm talking about earlier, okay, probably 2 or 3 years back. These cloud machines were meant for you to launch the instance and install all these tools on top of it. This is going to be very interesting. You have the cloud environment and you're going to install all these tools together on the cloud environment. Now what has happened from the past year or so, these cloud providers, what they started understanding is that all these tools can be brought into the cloud providers as services alone. Okay, this is very interesting. Okay, what I mean to say is, if you have Git, generally Git is a third-party tool. Most of all the tools are third-party tools. They don't have a combined. They do not belong to the same community. For example, Git is from different open source. Maven belongs to Apache. Jenkins belongs to some other community. Docker belongs to some other community, and Kubernetes belongs to Google. Puppet belongs to some other community, and Ansible belongs to some other community, Red Hat. Okay, so this is an interesting fact here. All these tools are from different providers. Now, what cloud providers thought is, why don't I actually bring these tools as a services? That is what you have so many services inside AWS or Azure or GCP. Okay, so here is what I can promise from my sessions. Although we are going to not talk about the entire services, we are instead, see, you cannot concentrate on multiple cloud providers because each one amongst them have their own different implementation perspectives. What we're going to do is, we're going to, with help of actually understanding all these tools, you're going to have a better control on all of those services from all the cloud providers. Having said that, I'm not going to make you alone. That is the reason why we do have a separate session for introduction to the cloud and what do we do inside the cloud. Okay, now here is the thing. Most of our labs can happen on our local system, or I can help you to get started with GCP. I'll talk with the support team here, and I'll see if I can get some accounts, free trial accounts, where we can actually leverage the best, or I can definitely help you guys to get you onboarded on GCP. How do you actually get a free trial account? It's going to be very interesting. Okay, so this is what I can actually talk about in terms of cloud. Now, this cloud can be used from Puppet because Puppet requires multiple instances. Okay, you need to spawn a master, couple of slaves or 3 slaves, and you need to definitely have 3 or more instances. That's where we can predominantly work on the cloud. For Puppet, Ansible, and Kubernetes, I need to spin up 3 or 4 instances, and I'll tell you how to apply a firewall and a few things, few tweaks that you need to do inside the cloud provider. And having said that, I can also talk about a little bit of AWS. These two are becoming very, very popular. So same thing. The same thing follows with Azure also, although we need not get more into Azure. If I can at least show you one cloud environment, how do you actually create an instance inside and what do you need to do inside, that will actually help you get started and you can understand about cloud more better. Did I answer your question? Excellent, excellent, good. So in order to make the session more interesting, at the same time, I don't want you guys to, I want you guys to make it as much as attentive as I can. So I have also prepared few more, I prepared Google Drives from my side. I'm gonna actually share it to the support team. They're gonna share it with you, and also a running notes. This is a very interesting thing. Running notes contains the topics that I'm going to cover, the hands-on commands that we are going to enter, and explanation for each and every command, apart from what I'm explaining. So this will be solid 45 to 50 pages. And I have prepared this especially for you batch, for you guys to actually find it more interesting. And at the same time, I don't want you guys to lose from the track. Let's say you get disconnected for 5 minutes. There's an internet issue. We cannot stop something, right? For certain aspects, if someone comes back and talks like, okay, where are we? I will be actually going through the running notes and I can explain you each and every command so that you do have a definite curriculum and hands-on commands for which you will keep on practicing, and trust me, that's going to be very interactive and you will not lose anything, because you miss a small information that's going to have a compounding effect. So what is it? So what I would like to suggest is, let's get into overview of DevOps now. Okay, but before that, a small thing. I'm going to cover the installation as well. It's going to be very interesting. Okay, then one more interesting question. I mean, as we actually progress with the sessions, we're going to cover every aspect. One more interesting aspect I have here for you guys is, few of you are from Windows background, few are you from Linux background. How are we going to do a justification? Well, that's a very interesting question. Okay, I'm gonna teach few of the tools on Windows. Whatever that we can do on Windows, we can actually go ahead with the Windows operating system. Then probably that is going to cover only 40% alone. 60% of the rest of the tools, we're going to move back to Linux. Don't worry, I will ensure that you're feeling comfortable on Linux. Anyone new to Linux here? So I will ensure that you guys will get hands-on on Linux as well. Okay, so that's what I have the plan. Each of the section which I described, which I explained to you, right, guys? For example, Git is going to take probably solid 4 hours. And the running notes will help you to not only keep up the pace, it will keep the keep the session more interesting, and you're not going to run out of the pace. I don't mean to say like we should be running. As long as you're walking steadily, that should be fine. And each tool may take a couple of sessions. Okay, so that is the reason why I think more or less within we are designed 36 to 40 hours. That's what we have in total. Probably we'll miss. I think we're gonna we can utilize 40 hours, because this includes, let's say I finish everything by 38 hours. The next 2 hours are a dedicated session. We can talk about the further steps. What are further steps here? I can give you career guidance. I can give you resume writing tips. I can talk about how do you actually need to prepare for the interview. And, I'll probably, we can actually revisit few things. And on top of that, I can actually give you some projects for certain tools. For example, if you take Jenkins, we have a CI/CD pipeline. I'm going to actually, help you to create a pipeline from the scratch. We're going to use a project for that. Okay. All these things are properly planned, discussed well in advance, so that nothing is a surprising visit for you. Okay. Okay. DevOps usually, I'm just saying, if there are people who are coming from the coding background, they have a slight advantage. Not because they do coding, but they do have a good understanding about the software development lifecycle. Now, why am I actually talking these things? Because DevOps is actually helping you to do the right automation at the right time in a timely manner for you to actually fulfill the release cycle. This is very interesting. What do I mean by that? Generally, actually, we are starting with Waterfall now. If you can see my screen. In Agile, we have shorter release cycles. For shorter release cycles, we need to actually put in these tools. These tools may have some scripting knowledge required. Those scripting knowledge, everything will be taught by me. So just relax, sit back and relax, and you can just follow my sessions. Nothing is a surprise. I can't actually come up with a preconceived notion saying that, come on, you already know this. I'm not going to talk like that. I hope that answers your questions. So, introduction to DevOps. Okay, you should be asking me introduction to DevOps, but what are we doing with waterfall model? There's a point here, because when there is a change in the trend, we stick to those practices. What do I mean by this? Let me give you a realistic example. 20 years back, how do you used to book the tickets? Come on, guys, you can be a little interactive. You can speak. Any one of you can speak. How do you used to book tickets? Railway tickets, especially 25 years back. That's what I'm talking about, a trend. That was the trend those days. What's the trend now? Open an app, book the ticket. Well, what do I mean by this? When there's a change in the trend, we are coming up with better automation. Do you guys agree? All of you? Come on, let's make it more interactive. Okay, that's what we're going to talk about. I would like to set the context here. Okay. Now, let's talk about waterfall model. A waterfall model is kind of a software development lifecycle. What do I mean by this? In order to actually develop a software, we do have certain practices. These practices will help us to actually get started with the process, systematic workflow, and better way of handling the entire software project. So this is a model, waterfall model. As the name implies, waterfall model is something like this. You have one box, you have the other box. Top-down approach. Okay, that means we're going to start with requirements here, do the development, and you can talk about testing here, and finally the release. Okay, so in this aspect, waterfall model is easy to understand, allow for easy testing and analysis, saves a significant amount of time. Okay, good for small projects if all requirements are clearly defined, allows for departmentalization and managerial control. What do I mean to say? What do I mean by this? As I told you, we have separation of concerns here. That means as long as you have a business requirement, no one is going to poke you. These are business analysts. And you have a development team. These are developers. No one is going to intervene with you. You have testing team. They test it on their own. You have a release team. All these four teams have their own departments. That is departmentalization and managerial control. No one is going to, interfere with the others. They're going to do on their own. Advantages. These advantages are very, very clear, and they also define a particular process for you to get the best. Now, what's next? Disadvantages, right? Anything that we're going to discuss, we need to first talk about the advantage and disadvantage for us to actually get a better clarity and to get an entire picture. Risky and uncertain. Why? Because as I told you, we have business analysts, we have developers, we have testers, and we have the release engineers. All of them work in silos. It's uncertain, definitely. When you do not have a proper collaboration, no collaboration, okay, what happens here is business analyst will give the requirement to developer. A particular developer comes back and says, I don't see a proper requirement specified here. Okay, so let's have a clear understanding on this. What do I mean by this? For few people, this session might be little slow because you may feel like I'm covering the basics, but I need to cover the basics, guys. Imagine, so this is your project. Okay, Amazon website is your project. Imagine. Now, when you actually look at this website, imagine that the business analyst who actually given a complete overview about understanding about how to develop a product, the business analyst has critically missed a login functionality here. What do the developers say now? He'll go back to the business analyst. He has to go back and say, come on, guys, you said you want to create an e-commerce website where we can sell all the products, but you don't have a login feature itself implemented. Guys, is this valid? Hope you guys can understand this. Now, that's risky and uncertain. Lack of visibility, right? Because when the business analysts start working on something for the requirement, developers do not know what requirement gathering is happening. Not suitable when the requirement keeps changing. Oh God, this is a compounding effect. See, what I mean to say is business analyst, developers, testers, and release engineers, BDTR. Just have this notation. I mean, BDTR. B stands for business analysts, D for developers, T for testers, and R for release engineers. Now, business analysts will give the to the development team. The classic example, what I explained to you now, is they missed a critical functionality. They have to go back, and they need to give it back again. Okay, thank God this is at the first stage. Okay, let's give an naming convention: 0, 1, 2, 3. These are the levels. From 0 level, it's going to first level. Okay, it has to come back to 0 level again. Fine. Now, during the testing team found out that there is a critical miss in terms of the requirement. What do I mean to say? Because not all things can be actually found out by developers, guys. See, there's a classic saying that when you're working on a product, you need to involve the field engineers. When you are actually developing a car, an automobile, definitely you need to have the automobile engineers there. Only if you have the automobile engineers there, they can predict or suggest the best design. Thanks, guys. So if these critical engineers are being missed, definitely it's a huge miss, right? So what happens again in BDTR? Business analysts, developers, testers, and release engineers. So 0, 1, 2, 3. BDTR. Testing teams finds out something is missing. They have to go back to developers. Developers need to get back into the get back with the business analyst. Similarly, at the release time, you found out something is missing. Release team will go back to testing team will go back to development team will need to go back to the business analyst. This is very difficult. Not suitable when the requirement keeps changing. It keeps on changing, not suitable. Difficult to make changes when it is at the testing phase. Definitely, guys, it's a long process. Business analysts, they will take 2 months. Developers will take 2 months. Testing 2 months, release maybe 1 month. Now, you're spending huge amount of time, investing huge amount of time. Everything has lack of collaboration. This is very dangerous. Not suitable for large product. End product is available only at the end. This is very important. See, when you wanted to have a look at the product, okay, you need to do it at pilot. You need to do a kind of piloting basis. That means show a demo, see if the product owner or the one who wants to develop you the product is getting satisfied. Product owner, he needs to give you an approval. Okay, this is what we are trying. We are traveling on the right path. Otherwise, what happens? Release it. Product owner says, come on, guys, this is not what I'm expecting. Go back, reset 1 year again. Let's travel back 1 year again. That's not going to work out. This is the advantage. This is the disadvantage. In order to overcome this disadvantage, we have agile methodology. Instead of having, business analysts, developers, testing and release working at silos, we combine them. This is more or less the same thing, guys. Don't worry about these things. So business analysts, developers, testers, and the release engineers. Okay, all these people work together in a shorter life cycle, shorter release cycle, that is like 2 weeks. Whatever they develop, they give a demo with the product owner. Shall I give you one more good example here? Now, we are at session 1. Why I'm actually prompting you to, give me a feedback immediately. How am I traveling with the pace? How am I traveling, in terms of giving you the explanation or analogy? Why am I asking this continuously? Because I want continuous improvement. Improvement is something, optimization is something, it does not happen at the end. It should start from the beginning itself. That's why I'm setting up the expectations, fine-tuning it, getting a feedback from you. Immediately you're asking me questions, I'm answering you. Does that make sense? That's what Agile should follow. Develop something, test with the product owner whether this is correct. Product owner gives you feedback. It goes to the second release cycle. Again, on second release cycle, you have a demo. This demo will again go through with the product owner. He'll say, okay, everything is fine. I need small changes on the color. This will come part of next release cycle. Okay. In Agile, this you call it as sprint. Anyone heard about it? These sprints is 2 weeks generally. What do you have inside this? You have developers, business analysts. Mostly it's less because you don't require more document. So when you're doing in an incremental fashion, you need to have less documentation. That's the advantage here. We have testers and you have release engineers. All of them work as a single team. This is the team which they will work on sprint 1, sprint 2. That means every 2 weeks, all of them will work together to go for a release. You have a retrospective meeting, sprint demo. Sprint demo means you're going to demo it. Sprint retrospective means they will say something can be improved. I'll say, for example, let's say I'm talking very fast. End of the session, you will come back and say, Srini, if you don't mind, can you please reduce the pace? For tomorrow's session, I'll reduce the pace. This is a very professional approach and you're having the right attitude to change. Change is inevitable. Change is the only constant. You might have heard about the proverbs, right? This kind of methodology is perfectly adaptable. Okay, it is susceptible for changes. Any change that you bring in the middle, let's say today we said we need to have a website. Tomorrow you'll come back and say, I need a Android application. Not much of time wasted, only 2 weeks wasted. Following me, guys? That's what it is. Agile has advantages, adaptability, fixes errors early. That's what I said. So I'll give you a very realistic example, guys. Let's say I started, learning on a new subject. It can be anything. Let's say I wanted, all of a sudden I found out I wanted to learn about chemistry, all the formulas, right? Today I started with 1 hour. After spending 1 hour, I understood that my approach is incorrect. I have to change my approach. This is the right attitude. What I mean to say is, failing, these are scholarly advice and scholarly words, right? That's what this methodology keeps you on top of any other methodologies. If you wanted to fail, okay, fail it fast. Nothing wrong in failing it, but fail it fast, adopt quick. That's what I would say. Fail fast, adopt quick. That's the slogan that we have for Agile. Fail fast, adopt quick. Please remember this. Basing on these things, we are gonna actually deduce all the tools. Fail fast, adopt quick. Okay, let's remember this. Now, improves the quality of product and makes it highly error-free because we have enough time. We spend quality time. Allow for direct communication, highly suitable for large and long-term projects. Okay, now when you actually talk about quality, highly error-free, good example is, while I'm actually teaching you the session, I'm actually ascertaining few facts from you, asking you questions. Are we traveling on the right approach? Because it's still not the end of the batch. It's very early. So I would like to tune according to your mentality, your approach. So that is the reason why, in the same approach, Agile has been highly successful. Very robust, very lucrative, very productive, right? So, okay. Now, this Agile, what it did is, we'll talk about few disadvantages. Not suitable for complex project, lacks documentation. You don't have documentation because even here, I'm not giving you any documentation first. I'm just going through the sessions and I'm testing whether we are going on the right track, and we'll take it forward. Highly dependent on clear customer requirements, I agree. Quite difficult to predict time, effort for larger projects. Yes, larger project is difficult, but still it's manageable, I would say, comparatively with, waterfall model. What do we see here? What is iteration, guys? Can you guys tell me? Because we need to connect with the next topic. What is iteration? Can someone say? Can I say something like continuous here? A close synonym? Very good. That's what I want from you guys. Kind of a continuous improvement, iteration. There you go. Before getting into DevOps, we understood how we got into DevOps. Because in order to go for continuous improvement or continuous deployment, continuous testing, continuous integration, continuous code quality, We need to have a collaborative, continuous effort, continuous development, continuous integration. Whatever it is being developed, for example, we have Noori here, we have Sanjay here, I have Srini myself, and we have one more person, right? Sorry, let me look at it. Kumar, right? We four
Yeah.
people, yeah. We need to collaborate each other. Noori will send to Kumar, Sanjay will send to me. This requires continuous integration because whatever we are doing, collaboratively, that should be combined. Do you guys agree? It's when it's a team effort.
Yep.
Yes.
Very good, very good. Continuous integration. So continuous development, you need to have Git tool. You need to make use of collaboration. Git will help you to collaborate continuous development. Okay. Continuous integration, you need to have tools something like Jenkins, where you can actually have everything in one place. Of course, apart from Git, you also have Maven, which will help you to do the continuous development. Continuous testing, you have Selenium. Continuous deployment, you have Docker and Kubernetes. Of course, Puppet and Ansible will also come here. Continuous monitoring, you have Nagios. If I go back to the previous slide, here, what we are doing is whenever you're developing something, let's take Amazon, website. You saw the Amazon website, right, Nuri?
Yes.
In Amazon website, what is happening is we are creating an interface, a user interface. This user interface should be actually developed by we four of us. Now, what is that actually challenging here? When you do a coding, Nuri, your code should be integrated with the rest of the team. Is it correct? Because, for example, divide this page into 4 parts. First quadrant you're developing, second, third, and fourth, respectively, by us. When you're developing the first quadrant, when you actually added some color, what's your favorite color? Okay, so you added white color here. So this white color, you wanted to have it at the home page on the left hand side. This needs to be developed by you and integrated by you, tested, released, and monitored by you. What do I mean to say is, when you change the color to white, this has to be tested with the entire application. Okay, integrated. First of all, you need to develop this, and you need to have one possibility where you can actually integrate all the changes together. 1, 2, 3, 4. Once you attached or once you appended your changes to the home page, you need to test it so that it does not have any errors. You need to, deploy it. This deployment should not take much time, Nuri, because the moment when you make a change, it should get impacted in the, integration. It is continuous. That means the moment when you make a change and commit, the rest of the steps should follow like a pipeline. It's like a complete end-to-end automation. So for you to do the testing, you need to have continuous testing. You need to for you to do the development, continuous development. For you to deploy it, if you do not know what is deployment is nothing but installation of your changes. That means you want to deploy a WAR file or a jar file. So you can see on the website. Continuous monitoring means how you can, see those changes on the website, and if you want to monitor them, that is continuous monitoring. Now, if I go back here, that is what it is. Continuous deployment, integration, testing, continuous development, integration, testing, deployment, and monitoring. Is it clear now? So that's what we will get into continuous deployment, right? So continuous development, I'm really sorry. continuous development, this is where we'll talk about the collaboration tools. Now, let me pause here. Let me pause here and let me show you some chronological order, right? First, you talk about the agile transformations. Then you have Git, little bit of Java, Maven, and then you go to the Jenkins testing tools. That is Selenium. I will also add few miscellaneous things. This is the bonus that I'm giving it from my side. Apart from the curriculum that we have, I'm going to teach you 1 or 2 topics extra. So that thing, I will share the content if it is required. We have the best support team who can actually make us the content if it is required, and also the necessary infrastructure. So these are the things in chronological order. So this Google Drive also, I'll share it with you guys. When we start with the continuous development, like I said, we have 4 people, and we need to get collaborated. In order to do the collaboration, we need to have an intuitive tool. That's what Git does for you. So just show you Git Bash. Okay, let me show you. A small demo will help you to get connected. This probably will discuss tomorrow, of course, but when I say Git status, it says it's not a Git repository. So ls means, so let me, I'll talk about these commands later. So I'll create a directory. Let's say I am actually starting my development here. So I need to initialize as a Git repository. If I say Git status, it says no commits yet. So we will commit it. We will share the code with the other developers. Suppose Noori is developing on her system. Imagine this is her system. Once she develops her code, she will push it to the central repository. So here you have this is a local and this is a central repository. She will send it to the central repository. From here, all of us will pick. I mean, it's not necessary that you understand everything right now, but it's good to have some basic understanding. This is what continuous development is all about. You have your working copy on your local, you'll send it to a repo to the server, and you will, share it with the other people. And then continuous integration, what is it all about? In continuous integration, what happens is once you develop this small code, you will convert that into an executable file. That can be an executable file, WAR file, or a jar file. This you need to deploy it inside a web server so that you can see it on a web page. Does it make sense? Guys, you're able to follow this? If not, please ask me. Okay, good example. You guys might have tried something called Uber Eats or Swiggy here in India, right? What they do, they deliver the food to your home. Okay, how do they do? In order to actually, if you're running a hotel business, you wanted to prepare some items, you want them to get delivered to the customers. That Uber Eats or delivery partner, technology delivery partner is like your continuous integration. That means when you develop something here, right, you commit to the source control. That is your Git. Once you commit to the Git, from that repository, you need to take a build for you to do a parcel. That means you wrap it with a foil, aluminum foil, so that heat will not get out of it. So you have that parcel, food parcel, very warm and delicious. Put it in a parcel or package them together. That's what building it is, and then test it. Start eating it. Though it's a bad example, testing. as for eating, but I'm just saying. So you develop a website, integrate with a Git control, Git source control, build it to get a jar file or a EAR file, test it whether whatever the changes made by you guys is working fine for all 4 changes. Are we clear, guys? Warm example, right? It's a warm example. It's still hot. So it's still intact. Yeah, warm means it's still intact, right? It's not hampered. That's also one more good example. And you can test it. And this is a continuous process again. So you need to have a continuous integration. In order to achieve this, you need to have this continuous process. So now I think who answered just now? We talk about continuous development where you have Git to actually share all the code to each other. In continuous integration, we do the development, build, testing, and development again. I mean, this is an iterative process. For this, I was saying we can use Jenkins. This is what you missed, nothing else. You can still go through. That's what I said, right? That's why I have a better plan. We have a running notes introduced from tomorrow. That's going to be very interesting. Continuous testing. Continuous development, we have Git, because Git is very popular tool. That's why we talk about Git. Still, I can talk about SVN to differentiate. Continuous integration, Jenkins. Continuous testing, we have Jenkins along with Selenium. So what happens here? When a code is developed, it's been integrated with continuous integration, Jenkins. And the same code need to be tested continuously. So Selenium does it for you. Let me show the demo. Can you guys see this? Selenium IDE. Can you guys confirm if you can see this? Yeah, it's a very cool thing. Let me tell you. Let me tell you how it works for you. Let's say I would like to add a mobile here. Okay. So I wanted to test how good is my product in terms of adding to cart. Okay. So what I will do now is record a new test, give the URL. So it's Amazon, give the URL, start recording. This is beautiful. See what happens. I'm here. Some mobile. Okay. I don't know what it is. Probably you guys are more, you have more idea on this. I don't know about this mobile, but can you see here Selenium ID is recording? Yes. What it does is, yeah, it records everything. It's taking time due to network issues, whatever it is, it's taking time. Okay, let me come back to this. So this session is, this particular search is getting recorded. Okay, now you can go back to Selenium and say, okay, here it is. Yeah, stop it. Name it as Samsung. You're searching for Samsung product. Okay, now see what happens. Click on play. You guys need to tell me what is happening now. I'm not doing anything. My cursor is still here on the left-hand side here. I'm not doing anything. Can you guys figure it out what is happening? So next time when you make a change, or you change the mobile, or you change the picture of the mobile, don't you think it's easy? You're testing the same. So less manual effort. If you want to test the same thing again and again, don't you get, frustrated? This is what, the advantages. So far, everything is green. Here it's so this is what continuous, uh, you know, testing is all about.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a key principle of DevOps? Option A, continuous integration. Option B, continuous delivery. Option C, waterfall methodology. Option D, infrastructure as code. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master DevOps? Our DevOps certification training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about DevOps. It's like a toolbox for improving software development, from planning to deployment and monitoring. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it, our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a DevOps pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Continuous deployment, that's what I said. Chef, Puppet, Ansible. Configuration management, that means if you want to automate the installation, you can use these things. If you want to put them into a container is a lightweight entity because you don't actually need an operating system for you to run a 200 MB software. Okay, you don't need 50 GB operating system. You can have a small container that is 500 MB. That's what container is all about. We'll understand more about that in detail. This is what continuous deployment. Once you deploy, you can actually start accessing it. Once this is done, continuous monitoring. Using, Splunk or Nagios, we can actually, write some patterns so that if your CPU is low, it triggers an email. If your memory is low, it triggers an email. Okay, that is what continuous monitoring is all about. And if you can see here, in Agile, agility is only in development, but agility is both in development and operations. That's where DevOps comes into the picture. Agility means it's quick. Agility means quick. Okay. Here you have agility only in development because you don't have all the tools where you can combine all the development, testing, release, monitoring. So Agile does not have DevOps, but DevOps will have both. It involves CI/CD process, continuous integration, continuous development, continuous testing, continuous deployment. Timelines and quality have equal priority because everything is fast. When you have tools, it's fast. Similar example, go back 20 years. If you're booking a ticket, go to the counter, go near the window, wait for 30 minutes or 1 hour, and you have to come back home saying that I did not get the ticket. Okay, that's no more a headache. Now you have a smaller release cycles, feedback, that's what I said, fail fast, adapt quick. You need to have a collaboration and feedback very quick. Scope of work, agility, and need for automation. So continuous improvement, in total, if you say continuous deployment, continuous development, continuous integration, continuous testing, continuous deployment, continuous monitoring, overall, continuous optimization altogether. What do you say, guys? There you go. This is what matters the most, right? I'm pretty sure you guys are waiting for this. Here it is. On an average, in the US pay scale, they earn around 95,000 per year. You know what? I have few friends who get more than 130 or 140 for DevOps. So that's what it is. Think about it. So very lucrative, and high in demand DevOps. Yes, it's, I think, 20 lakhs per annum. That's what I can assure. DevOps engineer, 15 to 20 lakhs for sure. Okay. In Indian rupees. You can, this thing, right? What is it? Payscale.com or I think for India, there's something, right? Let me think about it. Even I used to check. Yeah, you can actually type pay scale for a DevOps engineer in your own favorite organization. You'll get for 2 years or 3 years or 1 year. Any questions on this, guys? Absolutely. As a fresher, or you have 2 months experience or 3 months experience. But yeah, so it depends on organizations. Very, few companies will start with, service-based organization. They have less package, and comparison, they pay more than this actually. Product-based companies pay more because they actually rely more on quality, speed with precision. Please remember, DevOps means speed with precision. That's what it is. Clear, guys? There you go. AWS certified DevOps job trend. That's also moving. It's picking up along all the way along. So since we see few of the services inside AWS or GCP, you'll understand more. DevOps certification training, career opportunities, average salary is this, average salary. And these titles that you have, DevOps engineer, DevOps evangelist, release manager, or build and release engineer. That is one more thing. I worked as a build and release engineer inside Jenkins. I will share you my insights also. Automation expert, software developer, security engineer. So in these domains, you have it more. In fact, in every domain, guys, if you take Walmart, or if you take any organization, Amazon, Flipkart, or whatever it is, they definitely need DevOps, because every organization is having agile. They need to go for DevOps. Agile means DevOps, because if they go agile without DevOps, they can't deliver anything within 2 weeks because releases are shorter. Good question. So for certification, we have Azure, we have AWS certification. But having said that, there is no general DevOps certification. And trust me, guys, I am also working as a DevOps engineer. I never had any certification. But as long as you have the skills, and you can quickly maneuver in the industry, definitely you don't require any certification at all. For me, at least, I have attended 50 plus interviews on DevOps. Never they asked me about DevOps certification. Never. They, because maybe this trend may follow after 5 or 6 years from now, but as of now, certification is not required, because DevOps is a hard cake, will be a hard cake forever. Does that answer your question? For security engineer, yes. So you don't read, any, explicit certification, but, maybe very few companies may ask you whether you are certified on some networking concepts, but on DevOps, no, not required. It has it. Yeah, but the current trend, what I'm seeing now, you do have cloud, but all the cloud providers are actually onboarding all these tools that we are learning now. So if you learn these tools, you can play around on any cloud platform. That's the objective. For SSL, definitely, you need to have a certificate. Installation is different. In Java, it is different. In .NET, it is different. Okay. It is proprietary to the application. But I can give you a small glimpse how to do the SSL, installation. Once you install the certificate, it will be applied to the domain. And password management for security engineer, you have Vault or you have Key Vault inside AWS. But I can explain you Vault. What Vault does is it will encrypt your password, plain text to encrypted format. You can decrypt whenever you want. Terraform is like you create a template, key value pairs, it will run it for you. Templating. See, whenever you select something, right? For example, you wanted to understand the behavior of Srini. See, I'm going to start menu, selecting something, going to the Chrome browser. All these things are graphical user interaction, right? You don't have a recorded steps of this, correct?
Yes.
That's what you do it in Terraform. Instead of doing it in a graphical user interface, you write them in a template. Open instance, create firewall, open firewall. That's what Terraform is all about. You can, because see, Git is a collaboration tool and it can take any textual format only, not video audio. So Terraform is written in a plain text, right? I mean, it's in YAML, or it can be written key value pairs. So still we have some time. I can actually guide you. If you guys are good with it, I can actually give you further steps so that we can spend another next 10 or 15 minutes. We still have some time. So any Mac users here, or everyone is Windows? Click on this link. So this link will take you to the download page. Click on Windows and download it. So once downloaded, let me know. I'm also doing it parallelly so that you don't. Yeah, it's in the chat. Did you get it? Good. Start downloading, guys. Yours is a 32-bit or a 64-bit? Good with the 64. First section, not thumb drive section. I hope you guys are able to download, right? Yeah, so you already installed it. So the installation is very simple, guys. And I'll show you the installation also. So you have this first screen which says general pipe public license. So this software is invented by Linus Torvalds. He's the one who created Linux. Okay. So click on next. Nothing to select. Next. In every page, you need to click on next only. Nothing to select. That's it. Done. Very simple installation. Once you have downloaded, please do install the same, guys. Let me know once you're done. You can click on launch Git Bash if you want. This will actually launch the Git Bash. So in total, guys, if you go to the start menu and type Git, forget about Git Desktop. Git Desktop is something which I did it explicitly. I mean, it's a different software. You have Git command, Git Bash, and Git GUI. Do you guys see the three things? Okay, you're also able to do it. So all three are clear, right, on the installation? Is that correct? Okay. Awesome. So guys, I think that concludes our session today. Okay, so let's get started. So this is what it is, guys. Hope everyone can see the full screen mode now, and we can get started in full-fledged mode. So this particular demo, I'm going to cover what is DevOps is all about. So it's all about the introduction to DevOps and who can actually enroll for DevOps, and what could be the journey if one gets enrolled for the DevOps certification. Okay, so yes. So this is what your roadmap is, first of all. Okay, I'm going to give you the overview. So the overview of the complete roadmap is we'll get started with the overview of DevOps anyways. Okay, this is for the demo session. And once that is done, we can get into the version control with Git. I'll start using the annotation as well so that you guys can see like what I'm actually pointing to. So here we are here. And once that is done, we need to get into the version control with Git. So this version control with Git is which help the developers to collaborate. Okay, and then we have Git, Jenkins, and Maven integration. But one thing, guys, before getting into this DevOps overview, okay, I would like to also tell you that please do understand that DevOps is not a technology, it's not a framework, it's a culture. So the culture which has been prevalent across various industries, and DevOps is picking up like anything. Okay, any organization is it's imperative for them to actually to stick with the DevOps. Okay, so we will talk about more details once I get into the overview, but let me continue from where I stopped. So once the developers are able to collaborate each other well with the version control, they need to actually, share their build. That means once they build an artifact is nothing but a deployable, readily deployable component, which can be collaborated across all the team members. So as you can see, I keep on using the buzzwords like collaboration. So collaboration is very important in DevOps. So that's what these tools will do. These tools will ensure that everything is connected and everything has 100% transparency. If it fails, you get a failed status. If it succeeds, you get a successful status. So that's how it is. So when you're doing the testing, we'll also do the continuous testing. We have continuous deployment. You have containerization. That's where we talk about Docker. And we have continuous deployment where we have the software auto configuration, so that you need not install the softwares on each and every individual system. Rather, you just write a script where the other systems will actually understand the script and they will run themselves. And then you have configuration management with Ansible. Both Puppet and Ansible are being very much prevalent in the industries. And then also you have Kubernetes and one more powerful tool. And then once we are done with that, so we have continuous monitoring, and then we have introduction to DevOps on cloud. Okay, so now if you can see, out of all these things, I would like to mention few things which is very interesting. Okay, you can see the buzzwords like continuous testing. This is number one. And you have continuous deployment. This is number two. And here you have continuous deployment again. Okay, so instead of containerization, you have Docker, and then you have continuous monitoring. Okay, so here you have continuous integration. Okay, so this is one more thing which I can actually mention. So everything, as you can see, it's continuous. So that means without any delay, you get to know everything. That's what continuous is all about, and we'll get to know more about these things. So we'll move on to the next slide slowly. I'll try to get rid of the annotation, clear my drawings. Okay, there you go. Okay, now, so the course objectives are manage and keep a track of different versions of source code using Git. Build and automate test using Jenkins and Maven. Automate testing of web elements using Selenium suite of tools. Build and deploy containerization with Docker, and learn different roles and command line usage of Ansible, and manage clustering and scaling with Kubernetes. So all these things, okay, you need not worry about much, because you get to know the complete understanding of a tool once we get into the hands-on session. So please be noted that across our course, there is going to be more hands-on as much as the theory part. So we will be doing proper justice along with the theory to ensure that everyone is actually getting these concepts, clearly, and also ensure that we will do the hands-on session. So I'll give you some exercises so that you guys can actually follow along with me. Now, what is the prerequisites? This is very interesting. Okay, everyone will have their own version, and this is one thing. Okay, that's good. Nice, Harris. Okay, so the prerequisites, right? Everyone will have their own theory about the prerequisites, but let me teach you. first thing is you need to have a little bit of scripting language. You need to have Linux fundamentals, because some of the tools are completely compatible with only Linux operating system and they don't support Windows at all. Okay, that is the reason why we have Linux. And for scripting, yes, if you wanted to, write some scripts to do the automation, you need to know the scripting language. Okay, and then finally Python scripting. So for few scripts, you may need to actually understand a little bit of Python scripts as well. But this is not rudimentary, and these two are very important. Okay, you need to have a glance at these two. Okay, now I will come back and take your questions, both Abdul and Harris, at the end of the session, or whoever other people have joined. But in the meantime, what I will do is I'll just go through the rest of the slides so that, uh, please park your questions and you can ask me questions. I'll unmute you in the end. Good. So who can actually take up this course? A software engineer, a system admin, a solution architect, security engineer, application developers, and integration specialist. I heard some business analysts taking for the DevOps course, and they have switched their career successfully from a business analyst to a DevOps. Okay, according to me, nothing can stop you guys if you're, as long as you're, interested in taking up, no one can stop you. Okay, so it's not just these roles, but even the other people can also take up the roles. Okay, so let's move to the next slide. Training benefits. So we offer training and certification option to aid the trainees in enhancing their knowledge to the next level. We ensure that our experienced instructor will guide each trainee in upgrading the relevant skills and subject knowledge. Enrolled students will receive the course assignment, labs, case studies based on real-time scenarios. Especially in my case, definitely I'm going to walk through the real-time scenarios. Definitely it's going to be interactive session. Do not think like just, I'll be actually going in my way and you guys will simply listen. No, most of my trainings I personally enjoy when it is more interactive. Okay, feel free guys. So any questions that you have, you can definitely ask to me once I'm done with this demo. And I would also like to understand about your expectations so that it helps us understand even more better. Okay, so enrolled student can access training blog and recorded sessions. So all these trainings, whatever I'm giving right now, even this movement will be getting recorded, and so will be your regular sessions. In case if anyone misses out, you can actually access them. But I personally advise you guys to, attend the LVC, live virtual classes, because that will actually help you to clarify your doubts and ensure that you need not spend extra time to actually miss anything. Now, let's come to DevOps. What is DevOps all about? So DevOps is a combination of two words, namely development and operations. Okay, so anyways, so I would also like to check from the audience, both Harris and Abdul, if you have heard about DevOps earlier. Apart from development and operations, if you have heard anything about DevOps, feel free to type it on the chat. So just to ensure that what you understand according according to your understanding. Okay, you can type it on the chat while I can go through the slides. So the main motto of going for DevOps is it's going to reduce the dependency between the teams. Okay, we'll talk more about that later, but in short, it's a combination of two words, that is DevOps, that is development and operations. It allows a single team to manage the entire application development lifecycle. Okay, now I would like to connect few more important points here. So here you can see this is the complete life cycle, starting from coding, building, testing, release it, deploy it, operate it, monitor it, plan it, Okay, and if you believe that something is missing, again you can start coding. Okay, so this is more like iterative approach, if you can see. Okay, each phase, so this is what more interesting thing, each phase that you see in the software development lifecycle, by the way, this entire thing is your software development lifecycle. So in each, we have actually nicely segregated in this PPT for you guys to understand that we have so many build phases, software development lifecycle. These are the phases that you have: code, build, test, release, deploy, operate, monitor, and plan. So in order to actually achieve the collaboration and the transparency across the complete software development lifecycle, in each phase, we are going to use these DevOps tools. These DevOps tools will help to connect every phase that you see here. Okay, I hope you guys are following it now. You can quickly confirm on the chat. Yes, Harris, you're right. It's a coordination between development and operations, as you said. Good. So this is what it is all about. And, in the training, in the entire 40 hours of training, we will go through all these tools. Okay. So let me come back here. Okay. It allows a single team to manage the entire software development lifecycle. That's what I spoke about just now. The goal is to decrease the duration of the system development lifecycle while delivering fixes and updates frequently in close synchronization with business objectives. Of course, anything, if you want it to succeed, it should actually meet your business needs. As long as you are able to meet your business needs without any hassle, there will not be any problem, or there will be no hassles in terms of actually delivering a quality product. Now the question here lies here is that in order to deliver something, it should not be not only fast, but it should have some accuracy as well. As long as your product is not meeting the standards, definitely that product will not meet its expectations, and that will not perform well in the market as well. So that is the reason why we have all these tools, DevOps tools, which we will be learning in our regular sessions to understand what each tool will actually supply us the need in order to achieve the complete automation and collaboration and transparency. The reason why I am telling you this is because I'll give a small example. Here you have code and build. So while coding, only if you have a proper software that can actually be able to give the proper input to the next software development lifecycle. So all these tools that you have here will neatly log each and every activity what your software developer is doing. Okay, I repeat, all these tools will help you to log or show the complete information of how it is performing in each software development lifecycle. So we will achieve this using a pipeline. We'll talk about that later. We'll mix all these phases together and create a pipeline. So I can show that as a real-time project also. That's going to be very interesting. Okay, let's move on to the next section. So in the DevOps history, before getting into the DevOps history, we should actually understand that for this software development lifecycle, we have two approaches. One is Waterfall and Agile. In Waterfall, everything is step by step. Okay, it is also called top-down approach. That means that you have requirements, design, implementation, verification, and maintenance performing at various stages. So each stage is not connected, if you can see. Each stage is separated. And this separation can lead to a lot of issues. For example, when you're actually performing any requirement, let's say you wanted to actually build an application where you can actually book your movie tickets. Okay, if you wanted to build that application which will help you to book your movie tickets, um, in this scenario, what we can consider is during the requirement phase, someone that is mostly business analyst, they have given this requirement where each user can come and actually click on the seats that they want to reserve, but they forgot to track it. So they forgot to actually track it in the back end and store it. So now it goes to the design phase. Now what happens is they will need to go back to the requirement phase and ask that this is not being mentioned clearly. Okay, this is a classic example or classic disaster that you see in waterfall model, because each and every phase is working in silos. There is no collaboration at all. Business analysts will come, they will work for 2 months and they will leave. These design people, whoever will define as the static web pages, what to develop, front end pages, they will work for 2 months and they will leave the organization. Similarly for implementation, where you do the coding, and verification is testing, and maintenance is like monitoring. Okay, all these things are, as you can see, are completely separated, which will actually the chances or the probability of failing the client need is high, because there's no collaboration. But on the other side, we'll also understand the advantages of the waterfall model. It's simple to use, allows for easy testing, good for small projects, allow for departmentalization and managerial control. It gives you good visibility. I agree. Now, what is the disadvantage? It's risky and uncertain. Lack of visibility, because every phase is separated. It's not suitable for the requirement, which keeps on phasing, which keeps on changing. See, now what happens if you can go back here? If there is something which you need to change, okay, you're here at the verification stage. If you need to change it again, it needs to go back. Okay, this doesn't work properly, because everyone is working that everything is fixed, but that is not something which is realistic. Requirements are tend to change. Difficult to make progress the project when it is tested. The end product is available only at the end of the life cycle, not suitable for large projects. And one more thing is that, guys, see, yeah. So one more thing is that when you actually create a product with this approach, you cannot see the end product until 8 months, considering each phase for 2 months. End of the 8th month, you will come and show the demo to your client. He says everything is futile, not useful at all. So that can actually impact a lot of stuff. Your money, your time, your effort. Eventually, client is going to leave this particular assignment, because this is what the shortcomings of using a waterfall model. Okay, now let's see what else we have. We'll come back to agile now. So in this agile, the same thing, but you have it in iteration. Okay, so it's not like the classic waterfall model where it is completely isolated. Rather, all these things will follow through one cycle. So this will be one cycle, and you have one more cycle and one more cycle. This will happen for every couple of weeks. It's not 8 months this time. Okay, so this is what the difference, and this is what the beauty of agile is. So you accept the requirement, build it, test it, design it, and plan it, and deploy it. And again, after 2 weeks, you bring some more changes, show it to the client, and after 2 weeks, you bring more changes, show it to the client, so that your customer is being informed on regular basis on your on the progress of your project. So agile methodology: adaptively responds to requirement changes, fixes errors, improves the quality, and allow for direct communication, highly suitable for large and long-term projects, unlike Waterfall. Okay. So the disadvantage is that it highly depends on the clear customer requirements, quite difficult to predict, not suitable for complex projects, lacks documentation, increases maintainability risk. But however, most of the people, 99% will go for agile. Okay. So I hope you guys are clear about the two different life cycles or methodologies. Just confirm on the chat before we go it forward. Now, here in the DevOps lifecycle, you have continuous deployment, continuous integration, continuous testing, continuous deployment, and continuous monitoring. So continuous development, continuous integration, continuous testing, continuous deployment, and continuous monitoring. See, everything is continuous. So as long as you have this continuous process, okay, you can build different iterations. Okay, so this is what the advantage of using the DevOps. Okay. So DevOps will complement your agile methodology. I repeat, DevOps will complement your agile methodology because you have all the tools which can actually help you to achieve these iterations. Okay. So in the first continuous development, you have Git. I told you earlier, right? We have a central repository where each person will be pushing their changes to the central repository and they can pull the changes whenever they require. And when it comes to the continuous integration, you can do the development. You can take the source control, develop it, build it, and test it. Okay, this is what continuous integration is all about. In continuous testing, what happens is that you can test it continuously using Selenium and Jenkins and JUnit. This is the last stage. Okay, where you test the developed software continuously, just to ensure that it meeting its standards. And finally, we have we have continuous deployment. In continuous deployment, we have something called Chef and Puppet for configuration management. That is for ensuring your softwares are installed. And for containerization, we have Docker and Vagrant. So Docker will help you to store all your changes into one image so that it is easy for your deployment. And finally, once you're done with all the other things, you can actually start monitoring each and every phase what is happening. Now, I would like to talk about the tools. In continuous development, we will talk about Git, SVN, Mercurial, and SVS. But predominantly, Git is the most widely used software. So we will completely cover the Git. Once we are good with Git, then we'll move on to Jenkins. Mostly we'll use Jenkins. I can actually give a small walkthrough about TeamCity and Travis also in the real time, when we start the batch. So, but we will mostly cover Jenkins with all the plugins. Okay. So then we'll move on to continuous testing. In that we will use Selenium to continuously test your code and JUnit to unit test. And we'll also see about Chef, Puppet, and Ansible and Docker. And we'll see about Splunk, ElkStack, Nagios, and New Relic for monitoring all your changes. Okay. So DevOps versus Agile. Agile is only in development, but DevOps is both in development and operations. Agile, it involves practices like Scrum, Agile, but whereas in DevOps, you have CI/CD. And in Agile, timelessness is main priority. Timeless and quality is important in DevOps. In Agile, you have smaller release cycle, but in DevOps, you have smaller release cycle when you club Agile with the DevOps. Okay, it is this is how you should understand. When you club Agile with DevOps, you'll have feedback about especially monitoring. You have various monitoring tools, and you also have a feedback about your smaller releases. Okay, so here agility only, that means it's very quick, but here it's agility and need for automation. Both you'll have it. You'll automate everything so that you need not do it manually. On an average in the US, on an average pay scale, every DevOps engineer will actually earn something around $95,000 per annum. Okay, and if you can see, this is what the highest is. So for permanent, okay, you can see like it's really high for your this contract basis are also there, and the other types of jobs, remote or whatever it is. So there are huge number of jobs vacancies. So DevOps certification, training and opportunities. So like I said, you will get average, if he's AWS certified along with the DevOps, he'll get around $100K per annum. Okay, so you will have some, titles, something like DevOps engineer, DevOps evangelist, release manager, automation expert, software developer or tester, and security engineer. And the industries that you have are computer science, hospital, cloud, healthcare, financial services, IT services, retail, and marketing. Okay, so these are all the things which you can look into it. Azure DevOps is also there. That is also getting popular. That also stands on the same pay scale. So any questions, guys? So I think I'm done with the session. If you have any questions, I can definitely unmute you guys. Probably I can start with, if you have any questions, and I'll go ahead with, and then I'll go with. So once you get trained on these things, right? So on the tools that I actually tell you, you can start looking out for DevOps engineer. You can definitely, start applying for the jobs for DevOps engineer, and you can say that, you have around, couple of months, because this training will anyways take a couple of months. So you can mention the same, saying that, you have done your training, and while for the screening call, initial screening call for the interview, you can actually express your interest, saying that I would like to switch it to the DevOps role, and you can talk about all the tools. So that will definitely help you. Okay, so this is what we understood yesterday, right? You have a working area. Working area means working repository. That is your folder where you have all your files. That you push it to your staging area. Okay, you commit changes to the repository. Okay, and this will be pushed to the remote repo. Okay, this is how it is. And when it comes to the other types of features that you have with Git, we're gonna see them. Few of the other features that you have with Git, and we have Git clone, Git checkout, Git status. We already know. I'll just underline the things which we already did. This we did. This we did. This we did. That's it. Only 3 things we did. Status, which gives the information, commit, which gives you the commit, this thing, and push, which will actually upload the commits to the remote repository. Okay, we need to do rest of the other things. We'll do it slowly. Okay, so first thing is, we did see yesterday that we will get by default a master branch. Everyone agree with that? Just type it on the chat or speak out. Anything is fine. Perfect. So that's how it is. I mean, whenever Git, I'll just show you. We'll talk about a little bit of branching today, because branching is very important in every organization. What is the strategy that we follow for the branching? What are branches basically? So yesterday we did discuss that we have something called like master branch. Okay, in this master branch, you'll create some commits, right? That's what we actually witnessed yesterday. So these are some commits like this. You have one commit here, you have one commit here. So let's say, some commit number, some alphanumeric, and here you have one more commit. Let's give a remote, let's give a real-time commit that I've given us today so that we can actually make use of this example very well. So I'll go to the directory where I have my commits. This is what we have, Git practice Zaran, right? So I'll just right click and say Git bash here. So I'll go for Git log so that I can see my commits. There you go. So 5F0, 5B0F. So these few things are fine. Just 5B0F. Just imagine this is the only commit that you have. Probably you can, if it's confusing, just assume that you have only one commit. Okay, no, the commits only one commit. Now, what has happened here is we have only one master, that is master branch. We have only one branch, that is master, and on which your head is pointing to master. This information, whatever you see here, is for local, and this information, whatever you see, is for remote. Okay, this is for local, comma remote, local, comma remote. You can actually type git log and check on your system as well, guys. Just quickly open it and please check if you can see the same local and remote. If you actually push it to the repository, if you type git hello, you'll get these things. Forget about these things. Can you please see these things? That's what we are concerned about. That's what we are concerned about. Now we will actually see the git config folder. Okay, yesterday I did actually told you about the hidden folder here. So we'll go inside the .git folder. Inside the .git folder, can you open your config file and see? You'll see a change there. Inside the config file, you can see the remote URL being updated there. Can you guys please see from 8 to 13? You can see new lines added in your config file inside .git. Nice. So that means the moment when you add a remote repository, you get this. Now we will try to do one more thing very interesting now. Okay, you can also remove this repository, that is remote repository, that is git remove remote, git remove git remote remove. Just give me a moment. Usages. Okay, remote origin. Yeah, git remote remove origin, and you can check now. There's no remote origin now. There's no remote repository here. Go back and check your config file. It will get removed. Okay, so use this command git remote remove origin and try git log. This will be removed. Origin will be removed, and you can go back to your config file and check. Your remote information will also be removed. Can you please check that? Please confirm, guys. Use this command. Vichi says origin removed. Can you guys see? Please check the config URL also, guys, because you'll understand how Git works. Go to the config file and see. The information is removed here. Okay. And you know how to add it, right? Simple thing. You need to, git add remote origin and the URL, and you push it, you'll get it. Okay. So that's how you'll do it. You go to GitHub repo. I'll add a report called repository called ZaranNew. Okay, I can try this. Okay, so see now, it's beautiful actually. See, you can understand how the Git works really well now. See, I'm adding this URL. The moment I add this, come back and see here. Super. That means it has the information about your remote origin. Very good. After adding it, how about after pushing it? Yeah, so I think you're a little slow because I'm giving you time, but try to make it faster. And please don't do not get diverted. Git remote remove origin. Git remote remove origin. That makes more sense actually. Nothing to be sorry here, but if you're able to do this, it's good. Try this. Okay. So guys, once I push this, come back and see here. Again, you have more information after pushing it. Can you guys please try these two things? Create a new repo. Okay. Once you create a new repo, come back and add it. Git remote add origin. After removing it, add it. Come back and check your config file. 8 to 10 will be added. Okay. So this will be added. This is for push. This is for. Can you guys please try these two things? Let me know once you're done. It's very interesting, right? Hope you can follow these things. This way, you understand how Git maintains internally. Very, practical way of learning something. Create a new repo from the GitHub. Let me know once you're done, guys. Because you did not add it. You did not remove it, previous origin. Either you did not add it or either you did not remove it. If you add it, if you did not remove your previous repo, you will get fail. Okay. Or if you do not add it, if you do not have a repo at all, push will fail. You getting me? Vijay and Prashanti done. How about the others? Surya, Nuri, Sanjay, Shonesh, Tohidul. Is this done or you're doing it or any issues? So what I'll do, I'll just stop sharing my screen. Share your screen.
So you can see that.
Type git status or git log. Type
Yeah,
git log. Go. Yeah, this is okay. Go back and type git log. I'll tell you what's your problem. Git log will give you complete information. So that means you did not add your remote origin. See? Where is your origin? You did not add it. How can you say, how can you do like that? Do you think it will work? That's not a valid command, right? What is origin? You tell me. Please recollect. How did we add the remote origin URL from yesterday's session? So for example, you're from New York. Your destination is Chicago. You'll just add destination, that's it. Don't you add your location? Where's your location? How can it figure it out when you say git remote add origin? What is it? Doesn't make sense. Give the destination URL. Yes, there you go. Yes. You understood now? Yes, very good. Mistakes are good. Mistakes are very good. You'll never forget this. Now you can push it. Try pushing it now. Now, okay, wait. Here, I want you to actually type git log. See the difference. Type git log. Okay. Now, so far, you haven't pushed to the origin. Very good. Go back to your config file and check. Awesome. Got added, right? Now push it. Git push -u origin master. Check git log and come back here. Check your git config also. Yes, that should be master, not main. Git remote add origin. Oh, yeah. You created as main here. Okay, just push it to main then instead of master. Correct. This is done. There you go. Can you check git log now and open your git config? What do you see the difference? Before typing git log, go back and check your config file and come back and check your git log. It's not like that.
Okay.
No connectivity between git log and updation of the file. It is getting added only after adding the origin and after pushing. That's it. Not related to git log. Miss some information there, but if you want, you can try it again. Git remove remote origin, and you can add the URL again. Come back and look at your config file. You'll have only this thing, and once you push it, this thing will also get added. Now you can go back and check git log. Yeah, that means you don't have. If you remove from 8 to 13, this is same as git remote remove origin. You're manually deleting these files and these lines. If you are not typing the git remote remove origin command, you can manually remove these files and save it. That is also the same. Clear, guys? Are we good so far? Just type it on the chat. Anyone missed anything? Okay, and try to not miss the sessions, guys. These are very informative sessions. Okay. Now, next thing, can you see something called head here in the config file? In the git file, git folder, you have something called head. Head refers to heads master. Okay, you go back to refs folder, heads and master. For master, you have a commit here, that is 5b0f. Okay, and again, if you come back to refs, again you have remote. In the remote origin also you have master, because this is the same file which you pushed, and this also has the same commit. What this means is that if you go back to your Git repository here, if you go to this particular commit, you can see the same commit ID. All of you agree with me? Can you please check your local commit ID and your remote commit ID? Both are same. Do it first. Where is this information being uploaded? This information is inside the refs. Go inside refs. Heads is for local, remote is for remote. Okay, check inside the master here. Heads and remotes will have master. Okay, so that master file contains, so both these contain info about commit IDs or commit ID. So now we're gonna see something really interesting. So I'll go to my Git bash. Of course, Git log will show me, okay, this thing, all good now. Let's see something very different now. Now, type Git branch. It shows you one master branch, right? If you want to create new branch, Git branch, give a branch name. Since I have master or main, I think Sanjay has created as main, so let it be main. Now I'm creating a new branch called child. Type Git branch. You'll get 2 branches now. Git branch will list you list of branches. Git branch child will create a new branch. Git branch again will list you the list of branches. Since I've created a new branch called child, it is listing 2 branches. Okay, please follow these things. Let me know once you're done. Okay, once you're done, guys, tell me on which branch I'm in here. I mean, I have some info here, right? Which branch I am in. This is fine, but from here, what do you figure out? That's a good information. You can see that it's master here, but from here, what do you figure it out in which branch I'm in? And it has master in green. Everyone clear? Two ways to figure it out in which branch I'm in. Are you guys agree with me? This and this. Am I correct? All of you? Awesome. Good. Now, what I will do is, this is called checkout. Git checkout child. It is switched to child now. Can you guys see here from master? It's now to child. Try this. Please try this. It's checkout here in Git. In SVN it is different, but here we use checkout. Okay, I'm assuming if you're not asking me anything, everything is fine. Okay, because I cannot ask every time, right? So if you're not asking me questions, everything is fine. But questions are always welcome, even now.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which tool is commonly used for version control in DevOps? Option A, Jenkins. Option B, Docker. Option C, Git. Option D, Ansible. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, want to master DevOps? Our DevOps certification training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about DevOps. It's like a toolbox for improving software development, from planning to deployment and monitoring. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it, our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a DevOps pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Even now, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Okay, now it's good. So what we'll do now next? Let's see some interesting stuff. Git status. It says on branch child. Okay. Now go to your repository here. What does it say? It says, hello ZaranTech everyone. On which branch I am in? I'm on my child. But it says hello ZaranTech everyone. This is what I have it on master, right? How come I have the same thing here? Can someone give me an explanation? Why child is having same as master? So even if I switch it to master now, git checkout master, I'm on my master branch now. Now you go back and check here. Yeah, you can go back and check here. It says git ZaranTech, hello everyone. Okay. Did everyone understand this? What I mean to say here is, you have a master branch, and from this point, you guys are divulging it. You call that as point of divulge. Point of divulge. Here, I am creating a parallel branch called child, which is the continuation of your master branch. Okay, this child branch is a continuation of master branch, but it is separate. It is separate. Now, master and child are different. So you can have next series of commits on master. You can have next series of commits on child. Is that clear, guys? All of you? Why on the chat, or you want to speak, you can speak something. If you do not understand, please ask me to repeat, but don't be, don't confuse yourself. Now, these two are two different branches. And for example, these commits, you can actually take an analogy as, this branch has 4 leaves. Okay. This may have 7 leaves, because two are two separate branches. When you see it on a tree, okay, one branch is on the left side, one branch is on the right side on a tree, right? So imagine this is your master on the left side, and you have a branch on the right side, which is your child. So these two things are different. Two branches are different. So when you have, you know, the branch here, you have one branch called master and you have one branch called child. Now, the point when you actually divulged, when you divulge the branch from master to child, at that moment, you have only one file called hello.txt. Let's imagine like this. Hello.txt is the file and it says, hello everyone, ZaranTech. Okay. This is the content that you have. Now, this is the same content. Now you have it as well. Okay. Again, you will have the same content here. Here as well. Because this is where you have actually copied or checked out, or you know, you have created a child branch from here. Now, if you make some changes here, okay, this changes will not come back to master because both are two different branches. Only till when you start creating a branch, till that point you have similar changes. Once you created the branch, that is child is different and master is different. In child you may have 1000 files, in master you may have 2000 files. Henceforth, from this point. Perfect. Let's do that now. I mean, because this is what makes us really clear. Now, guys, I don't mean to actually confuse you, but it's very interesting. So when you say git checkout child, if you're in the child branch, please type git log. Okay. So though you are in the child branch, this git log says head is pointing to child and you have an origin master and you also have another branch called master. This is very interesting. See the difference. Now, if I git checkout to master, git log, now it says my head is pointing to master and I have origin master and I have one more branch called child. Can you try these two things? Two branches. Type git log in different branches. Type git log from master, type git log from child. Let me know once you're done. Let me know if it is clear, guys. Yeah, whatever branches that you created. Try typing git checkout Surya Teja or something. Tell me if it works. It doesn't work because you don't have a branch like that. You need to create a branch and then git checkout. You need to have that branch existing. If it is not existing, you'll not go there. That's what the thumb rule says. The thumb rule is that if you're not speaking, you're good. You cannot come back to me and say I did not understand at that point. Please remember, instructions are very clear. Okay, you have to stop me if you do not understand. Now, this is done. Now, let me check on which branch I'm in. I'm on master now. So git checkout child. Okay, git log also says child, and I'm also the child branch. Now what I will do, I'll go back to my child branch. This is my child branch. Okay, this directory, whenever you check out to master, whatever the contents are there, that will be visible for your master branch only. If you have checked out to child, whatever contents that are with respect to your child branch, only those contents will be visible. Hello, ZaranTech, everyone, child. Okay, let me save this. Once I save this, type git status. Same thing again. It says it's in a modified state. Make it to the staging. Git status. Okay, now if I want, I can unstage it or I can commit it. Let's make it to the commit state. Committing on child. Just mentioning like this. Excellent. Now I have a commit F0 B2 on child. Okay. Now, if I'm at my child branch, if I type git log here, yeah, it talks about 2 commits now. Git log is with irrespective of the branches. One commit I did it 5b0f, and the latest commit is f0b2. This is on the child. Okay. This is git log is something which you will try after committing on the child. Okay. Okay. Do one thing first. I don't want to make it really fast. Modify some changes. Okay. I'll just put it in the notepad so that you can consider this as a small exercise. Okay. Okay. Check out to child branch. Make some changes to your file. So check out to the child branch, make some changes to your file, add. If you have any questions, you can ask me, guys. I didn't get you. I didn't get your point. How can you check out, when you check out to child, how will you get master? When you check out to child, you should get child, right? The reason why I type like this is because it's a revision for the entire commands that we practiced so far, more or less. Small commands, right? You'll add git add, file name, git commit -m, give the command. That's it. Add and commit. It's there in the lab activity folder, right? Go to the ZaranTech, lab materials. You can find the commands, how to add it and how to commit it. Surya, even if you are not sure about your commands, go to the lab activity folder from the materials. In the materials, in the blog, you can see. No problem. I'll tell you. You're in a Linux mode. What you need to do is, if you want to come out of it, press escape, :WQ, and press enter. Please understand how do you actually commit something. That's what I'm saying. Go to this folder. How do you commit something? Guys, take your own time, okay? No hurry. If you're struggling, please let me know. Every mistake that you do is a blessing in disguise. It's a blessing in disguise. You think it's a mistake, but it's as a blessing. Okay, go ahead and share it. So remember this? You can now. Yes, : he typed it. There you go. That means it does not have a permission. Okay. Append exclamation to WQ. After WQ, put an exclamation. That's what it says. Add exclamation to override. Okay. They get into a, some prompt where they are actually struggling. When I asked them, did you commit? They said, yes, we did commit. But when I asked them to share the screen, they did not commit it. Then they told me the reason. Okay, we typed only git commit, and when we gave -m also, okay, we did not append it with some text comment. Okay, so that is a prerequisite. Okay, so that without a prerequisite, your commit will not be committed. Just try to go through your lab activity. I think I need to make you guys this clear.
Okay.
Just please, just open it now. Just open it and see it, because I don't want you to miss it. Just share your screen. There you'll give the file name. While adding, you'll give the file name. But see how you do giving commit. Come down. Type git log. How many commits you see?
2.
Awesome.
Yeah.
One is on the main, one is on the child. Correct? Okay. Now you can stop sharing your screen, Sanjay. Good going. Okay. Guys, so now we see 2 repositories, right? One is at the local and one is at the remote. Okay. Local is your git bash. This is your git bash. And this is your GitHub. Correct? Now, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to, make it very clear. This is very clear. See, what I'm going to do is I'll say I was on the master branch before, and I have created an origin called master on my remote as well. And whatever the changes that I have on my local master, okay, I push those changes from my local master to my remote master. Let's make this clear. Bold letters, local. This is. Now, what did I do now? Guys, all of you, what did we do just now? Now tell me. We have something on the child. Okay, I'll go to the child branch now. It says on child, nothing to commit. Okay. Now, I wanted to push this to my remote repository. Things will get very interesting now. How do I do it? How many branches I have here? I have only one branch called master in my remote. I'm refreshing it again. I'm refreshing the page. I have only one master, that only one branch, that is master. Good. Now, tell me guys, what should I do next if I want to see the same thing in my remote that's on GitHub? Okay, but tell me one thing. Are we not connected already?
So
Okay,
we
you're
need to-
talking about the branch. Okay. Now tell me, should I add my remote again now? That's the question. Should I give like git add remote origin again? Think and tell me. Some response at least. If you do, even if you do not give me the answer, yes. Do you understand, or you still yet to figure it out? You understood the question, right? What did we do earlier? Whatever the changes are from the master, you push it to the repository. While pushing it, please remember, did we mention any branch name? Now I am coming to the point. While pushing the changes from the local to remote GitHub, did I mention any branch name? All of you? Now, okay, let's come to the point. If I wanted to push the changes from local to the remote, what command should I give? What is the push command? How about the others? What should I type here? Is it master or child? Good. Now, see guys, it completely depends, but let me tell you one thing. This is how it happens if I push it to master from child. Do you think this is ideal? Guys, whoever said master now, do you want to take your opinion? Push it this way. No problem. Confusion is always good for you. Do you remember the medicine? When you consume any medicine, you shake it before you consume it. This is also the same. Before getting the clarity, you'll get a confusion. That's good. It's completely natural. But I really appreciate that you're saying you're getting confused. No problem. But you'll get the clarity. Don't worry. So, okay, let's let me give you one more information. So far, we all are maintaining our own repositories, right? Tomorrow, if someone wants to come and want to make those changes, if I put both the changes on the master itself, ideally, this is supposed to be child, but I am actually putting the change inside the master. That is, I am connecting from my local child to master child, master origin, that is remote master. This is like, it is crossed, right? It's not maintaining a separate branch at the remote repository. Am I correct? All of you agree with me? Yes, that means at a GitHub level in the central repository, I am pushing the changes. Very good. But I am not having separation of concern here. Now, if I actually push the changes from child to master, then what is the point of creating a child branch here altogether? Is that a valid question? Come on, guys.
Yes, it's a valid.
See, that's what. Then why should I create a child branch? My objective of creating a child branch is because altogether I wanted to maintain a separate version. Agreed? Come on, guys. Yes,
And
child is my local branch. That is correct. But child is a local branch. I agree. Even for the master's sake, I mean, for even when you consider the master also, master was a local branch before. Later we made it into origin. Correct? Same thing here. Child is a local branch now. Now it will get its popularity once you change this to, tell me how many branches you have now. Guys, I told you, right? Your medicine works really well now. Can you see the commits also here, guys? Same commit, what we committed on the child. Do you guys want to give a try at this? Please do it. Look at the diagram, no confusion. So what you need to do now, push changes from child to remote. I'm making it very abstract. I'm not giving any details here. If you have listened to me properly, I need not give all the details. I'm just using some abstraction here. I'm saying push the changes from child to remote. Let me see. How do you actually push it? Let me know once you're done, guys. You know what you need to do once you commit. I think you know your error. Just repeat the command. Just say the command. What is the command you gave? Just read it out. What's the spelling of origin? Just go back and check if it's there. There you go. You have just select them from the drop down, go to the child branch. Anyways, it shows there are two branches there. Branches are two, but you can go to the child branch and check your commit ID also. You have two commits there. Yeah, it's there. AC0754B. It's there. Commit ID is there. 11 minutes ago, 17 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yes. Nori, any help? When you type push git push -u origin child, what's happening? Then you should see it. Go to your GitHub and select your child branch. You can see it from here. Select your child branch. You should be able to see it. Right now. You're pushing to master only then. You have to push it to your child, right? I think while sharing, you have to share your entire desktop, I think. I cannot see the command prompts. Can't see your command prompt, Nori. Getting me? Okay, guys. So I don't know. I can't hear Nori. She got disconnected. Yeah, so I actually give a short name to it, Srini. Okay, guys. So we push the changes from the local to the remote origin, right? So when you say origin refers to your remote branch. Okay, I am very much interested now, guys. Can you type git log now and tell me? Can you guys tell me what does it say after typing git log? All of you, what do you understand? It's very self-explanatory, right? So guys, can I say from this, okay, especially I'm concentrating here and here, okay. Is this not resembling to our architecture diagram here? All of you agree? Is that not the same? Master origin, child origin. This gives you a very good confidence, guys. Nice. Now, so one at a time. Now what I wanted to tell you something which is very, very, very important in GitHub, in any version control tool. This we have to do it little slowly. I'll also give you time for you guys to actually understand this. So the concept of this, you call it as merging. Okay, what is merging actually? Merge means combining. All of you agree with me? Yes. Before getting into, yeah, things will be combined. Correct. Toidul, you're right. Now, before getting into merging, I wanted to first show you the changes that I have. So far, I'm in my child. Okay, I'm in my child. Open the hello.txt. You can see hello ZaranTech everyone child. Okay. Now I will say git checkout master. It's in the master branch. Now try to open hello.txt. What's the difference you see? Both maintain separate versions. If I modify something on my master, it will be different here. (0894). I have one more commit here. This is one more commit I have. Now, if I'm in my master, I have this. If I say git checkout child, I have this. So I'm just doing the same thing again. Git checkout master. Clear, everyone? Are master and child different? Do you see the difference when I switch
Yes.
the branches? Everyone. This is important, guys. Very important. Okay, very good. Now, yes, merge I have to anyway go, but I told you like Git is very intuitive. What do you mean by intuitive? It can actually understand your mind voice really well, and it itself has a very good way of handling the things. Now, when I go to my child, git checkout child, git status says everything is clean. But when I say git checkout master, when I type git status or git, when I checked it out, it says your branch is ahead of origin master by one commit. Git push to publish your local commits. What does this mean? Can anyone tell? That's not correct. I appreciate your efforts. Okay. When you say it's not correct, it doesn't mean that, you know, don't get dejected with that, but it's a good try. I mean, that's, I mean to say, that's what not Git means for you. I mean, what that is not Git is saying. I think that's a good attempt. Okay, okay. I think you're confused with this child and master. Actually, this statement ends here itself. Once I type git checkout master, from this moment, this is on master branch only. Don't consider this. Okay, let me type it for you again. Tell me if this still confuses you. To something else different. Is this what you're thinking actually? You thought like it's displaying on the child and now it's showing master, but now it's clear, right? Or it's still contradicting. Tell me what is contradicting here. Again, if you can, if you want. You try to figure it out yourself. That is really good. Nice. Keep it up. So anyone else? Would you like to try anything? Or guys, can you tell me how should I get rid of this message or alert? Do you, okay, tell me one thing. Can I ignore this? Can I ignore this? Okay, if I ignore, what happens? What I mean to say here is why I'm telling you this, guys, why I'm giving you all these details, because all these details will help you to work on Git tomorrow. Once you get your job, you should never be confused, and you should have a systematic way of learning or systematic way of using the tool. Okay, so if I keep on ignoring these comments, okay, this may give me a compounding impact on the entire work. I am supposed to do something which is very lucrative, but everything gets futile if I do not take care of these comments properly. I have to read it. Okay, what I mean to say this is, I'll get rid of this thing. Tell me if this works. Am I still getting the message or is it clean now? All of you? Okay. Can you find some information very valuable here? Some information. I want you guys to exactly point out. Some valuable information is here. Okay. What does this say? Try to recollect, guys. Okay. What are these two things? These two individuals? Exactly. Commit IDs, right? Now, what does it saying now? It's saying its subsequent commit is 0893B7. Is it not? Guys, are you with me? This is what it is expecting. This is what it is expecting. Now, what does it mean is that if you go back to your master and see now, you will not have 05B anymore. See, you can go and check now. Your latest commit is, okay, where is the commit ID? Oh. Let me go inside this, I can see. So my latest commit ID is, okay, let me refresh the screen. 08994. Guys, you following me? This is my latest commit. This is what it says. It was saying to me that when I committed a new commit here, extra commit, new commit, okay, when I did a new commit, it is telling to me that my local branch, this local branch on the left side, this local branch on the left side is ahead of remote commit. That means both are not in sync. Your local changes have some new changes. In order to actually not to lose your data, in order for other people to get the latest information, it is asking you to push all the changes from local to remote. Clear, everyone? But you said something different. You said something different, not the same statement. If I can remember, I think you did say something different. That is different here, right? Master and child are not in sync, you said. What does that mean? What's the difference? You said master and child are not in sync, but actually local and remote are not in sync, which is correct. I think maybe the way you understood it's correct, but the way how you presented is wrong, correct? You're taking master and child as local and remote, I think. That's how you took it, connotation. That's what I remember it very clearly. Yeah. Because I didn't think like you thought it in a right way, but you presented it in a wrong way. Now I got it now. But now you figured it out. And I also figured it out that you were right, but you presented in some different way. Yeah. Because actually, it's not about master and child here. It's only about local and remote. That's why I got confused with your statement. Now it's clear. Good. Nice, guys. So before we leave or before we conclude the session today, I would like to talk about merge. Okay, and we can actually combine. I mean, we can actually talk more about merge tomorrow also. But it's a very interesting concept, and it's very confusing also if you do not, listen to me or if you do not follow it to me clearly. But anyways, what I would like to tell you is, I'm just trying to, clear this thing, make a straight line so that the diagram is clear, nothing is confusing. Okay. Now, what is the need of merging something? Why should I merge something? Okay. I have a child branch and a master branch. Similarly, imagine that you run a website which is on 2020 on the master. Now you have created a 2021 version. Guys, do you see it on websites? In the bottom, do you see 2021 or 2020? Copyright.
2021.
If you imagine that the branch name is 2021 instead of child, okay, naming convention is child, but you have the latest changes here. Then are you not supposed to mix or merge your latest changes to the master branch? That is the ideal strategy. What we do is we have a one branch called working branch or active branch. This active branch will run the production code. This branch, master branch, will always run your production code. Now, what happens if I try to make some changes on the same branch? Does it not crash your production? Come on, guys. Do you think like you can remove a wheel while your car is on the running? You're driving a car. Do you think you can remove a wheel while it's running? It's as similar to this.
No.
It's as similar to this. While you're working on an active branch, which is actually serving all your clients or customers, can you make some changes directly on that? Does it not give you an impact? All of you. That's where we have non-working branch, active branch and a passive branch. That passive branch is your child branch now. And since I made some new changes on top of this, that is I made some, new child or something. Okay. Now I wanted to merge this with my master branch. Now, what branch I have to merge? I have to merge my child branch with my master branch. Is that clear, everyone? Child with master. It's not master with child. It's the other way. Okay. It's child with master. Get the child branch. What I mean to say here is, get this thing. Wow, this is better, right, guys? What do you say? This is how you merge. I wish I could have done it a little better, but this is what I meant. This is what I meant. So what I mean to say is, I wanted to get this child branch attached with your master branch. Guys, getting me? You're able to follow? In order to do that, okay, I have to ensure that I'm on my master branch. I'm on my master branch. Now I'll say git merge child. What happens? Auto conflict. Git merge child. What happened? I got all the changes of my child added to my master. This is what I'm doing now. Now child and master are mixed. What's the confusion here? What is the confusion? Okay. Can I give you a very good example, guys? So have you witnessed any companies getting merged? Companies getting merged. Any good examples as such? All of you heard about Maruti? It's an Indian brand. It's an automobile car. And you have Suzuki. Maruti is different. Suzuki is Japanese. Maruti is Indian. When they combine these together, what happens? Don't they have things combined? Yes or no? Now, when they have it combined, okay, don't you need to ensure that what you require and what is not required? Do you think when you combine two companies, you will run two payrolls separately? Or you want to run only one payroll? Do you want to make things more complicated or less complicated? Right? Do you need some, don't you need to do some settlements once you merge two things together? Yes or no? All of you. Okay. One answer. Got one answer. How about the others? That is where you get a conflict, because now let me show you the conflict. You can understand it very easily. What does it say now? Open the hello.txt. Tell me, guys, what does it say? Exactly. When you have one payroll system and you are merging the accounts, suppose in company A you have 300 people, in company B you have 300 people. You're merging them together and you need to do some account settlements, right? Don't you guys agree with me? All of you? This is what it is. It says, it is telling to me, hey, Srini, you merged everything. I'm very much okay with the merging. But can you please tell me, because I'm not intelligent enough, Git is talking to me. I'm not intelligent enough to understand what is required for me and what is required for you. Okay. You just tell me clearly what is required for you. I'll start tracking those changes. That is what it is telling. See, you have child and a master. Both are on the same line, same content, same words, almost the same placeholders. It's getting confused. Which one to keep, which one not to keep? That's what it says. It says conflict, merge conflict in hello.txt. Auto merging. It is doing auto merging, but automatic merging failed. Fix conflicts and then commit the result. Okay. How do I do it? Now I have to make a decision. Should I keep it for master or should I keep it for child? Because I have the latest thing coming from the child. I have decided to keep it like this. It's not confusing, but I like to put a comment here also. Changes coming from child is latest. So hence you've decided to keep these changes. Now you go back, git status. It says git modified, hello.txt. Resolved conflicts. That's it. So 16E3. You have combined thing together now. 16E3. You can get rid of this thing now. Just extend it. Extend your child branch. 16E3. Clear, guys? I want you to speak now. Yeah, where you removed the origin only, correct? So local remains local only, right? You're only removing the origin, that's it. Commits remain here on the local. Commits remain here on the local. Only for the remote origin you're talking about, right? That means you're,
Exactly.
so from the remote perspective, it's a new commit. From the local perspective, it's an add-on commit. Clear? Awesome, good question. So are we good to wind up, guys?
Yes, sir.
So we'll see more interesting session tomorrow. So guys, the first thing is, I hope you guys yesterday you downloaded this project, right? But I'm just pinging this in the chat again. If you haven't downloaded this, I know you have already set up your this thing. So Tohidul, I think it will take time for you to, because we covered a lot on Maven. I think you need to go to recorded sessions. It takes time for you. Yeah. So, and all of you guys can actually download this project. So I'll just click on this, download zip. I'll just extract this Maven project. I hope you guys have already extracted this. Please keep it ready. And very first thing that we would be doing here is mvn install. And also I'm going to explain you about the Maven architecture. So let me show you. Maven also has local and remote repository. So usually what happens, Maven reads the pom.xml file. So once it reads the pom.xml, first it tries to get it from the local if it is available. If it's not available from the local, then it goes to the remote or the central repository and downloads. Clear, everyone? Guys, okay, it reads the pom.xml if everything is available locally, or else it goes to the remote. Okay, guys, this is what it does. So this is what I'm going to demonstrate it to you, and I'm also going to show it to you where it is. So for me, the build is successful, mvn install is successful, but you should be actually wondering where everything it is getting downloaded. So guys, what you need to do is you need to go to the users and your username .m2 folder and repository. This is where you can see your Can you guys please check and confirm whether you can see it? Once this is successful, I hope everyone's build is successful, right, guys? Please, download if you did not download it yesterday, and
Yes.
you after downloading it, okay, please finish it off this thing, guys. Let me know once you're done. I'm just telling you the next rest of the things also. Please finish whatever you see in the instructions. This is your local repo. From where you have the repository downloaded on your local, open a command prompt where you see pom.xml. From there, you type mvn install. But for you, it will not work. You're not set up right, Toidul. Link is already in the chat. So how many files you see? How many folders? If everyone is done with these steps, please type done on your chat. Okay. So let me show you the same thing on my local. So this is my M2 repository, guys. Okay. Now, once I ran it for the first time, please remember it has downloaded from the central repo, right? We will talk about what it has downloaded, but what happens if I run it for the second time? Last time it took 1 hour 32 minutes, 32 seconds, sorry, 1 minute 32 seconds. Now if I run it again for the second time, 8.2726 seconds. Now try again with the same command, mvn install. Okay, first time it has already downloaded everything, so it shouldn't take much time. Type on chat let's see, I'll wait for your response. Wow, that is really quick, Vijay.
I'm going to the PMO file and then type in CMD where we did yesterday. And I'm doing install MVN and I'm getting error. Install is not recognized.
Definitely, because you're typing install mvn, that is incorrect command. It's mvn install.
It's like this. 4.16 seconds.
That is quick. Now guys, we will do something very different. Okay, whatever we are trying to do, we are doing it in a very practical and a realistic scenario. So now what I will try to do is I will try to delete everything in this repo. Okay, and let me try mvn install. I deleted everything. See, it's getting deleted. Now type mvn install. If you guys follow my instructions, you can do it parallelly or wait for me to type the instructions. Anything is fine. Are you guys seeing it? How long it is taking? All of you please respond. So this time it took 1 minute 47 seconds. Let's see how it happens for you. Okay. Now delete everything in the M2 repo. Try with MVL install again. Let me know how much time it is taking for you. Please type it on the chat. "59 seconds for Surya. Let's see for everyone. After deleting it, it should not take so less, right? Once you did you delete everything in repo? I don't think so. Go back and check once. Delete all these things, whatever you see, and again come back. Okay, 35 seconds is so fast. Maybe it because of the network you're using is having a greater bandwidth. Okay, that's good, guys. Now, one question which I have always in your mind, and which is always in your mind as well. That question is, what do we have inside pom.xml? Is that a valid question, all of you? Okay, let me open pom.xml. So what I was trying to do is, guys, I'm just trying to make things very easy till now. But from now, it will be a little difficult for you to understand or follow, but it's pretty much the same. The syntax is same across all the Maven projects. That's what I'm going to show it to you. Okay, can you guys see my pom.xml? Is it simple or do you think it's really complicated? So whatever you see here in pom.xml, right? This is very interesting. Okay, everything is complicated unless you understand it properly, right? Everything is like Greek and Latin for you, but if you once you start learning Greek and Latin language, everything is a piece of cake for you. So the first 3 lines of this pom.xml will correspond to the central repository. So we are talking about some central repository, right, guys? Yes, I mean, just now I showed to you this central repository, this very central repository, you have it in the first 3 lines of the code. Till here, everyone clear? This is called XML namespace. What is a namespace? Does anyone know? Anyone heard about namespace? So a namespace is some kind of a particular, location and a particular, it is being used for a particular purpose. So that is what you call it as a namespace. And the purpose here is when you specify the namespace, it goes to the Maven Apache org 4.0. That is the latest version of the Maven. So let me take you to there. Remove the double quotes. Okay. So this is your Apache Maven website. You cannot access everything because they use internally a different API. You cannot access the API. Similarly for this and similarly for this. This is something Maven can access internally and you cannot access it directly. But these are the locations from where everything will get downloaded. So first 3 lines, everyone clear? Okay. So now guys, till here, first 3 lines of code is common for every project. Okay. And the next lines of code from 4 to 9 are customized to your project. For example, someone is creating a model version 5.0.0. It's just a model version. And this model version 5.0.0 can mean 2 things. So the first decimal you have, this is called major version. This is called minor version, and this is a bug fix. So if it is 5.0.0, it's a major version. And if it is 5.1.0 means you have a major version with one minor version, that is 5.1, and with no bug fixes. And if it is 5.1.1 means you have a major version of 5.15 and you have a minor version of 1 and you have a bug fix of 1. Okay, so it's like every level is getting into the granular details. So if you have a ZaranTech website, you're going for a major change, you will upgrade it from 4.0 to 4.1.0. Okay. And again, inside that new release, you have a small bug. So this will become 4.1.1. Guys, you're able to get me? You're able to understand this? It can start with 1.0 also. It's up to you. It's not just 4. You can start with 1 also. No problem. This is something unique with respect to your project. Model version. So this is the model you have. For example, you have Maruti Swift ZI, right? ZDI or ZXI, something is there, model name. So that is your model name, right? You have Tesla Motors. It's not about latest version again. Whatever you give is the latest version. It is about your project. You have to tell me.
Okay.
All the release cycles will follow something like this. Okay. So a good example is here, guys. Shall I give you a very good example? So let's say if you're starting with 1.0.0, that is in total. Okay. So we are in 3rd month, right? So 1.3.0. I'll make this as 1.3.0 because January, February, March. Okay. And again, in March 1st week, I'll make it as 1.3.1. March 2nd week, 1.3.2. March 3rd week, 1.3.3. Now, if I go to April, 1.4.1. April 1st week, April 2nd week, April 3rd week, April 4th week. Guys, you're able to follow me? It all depends upon your company's use case. Now, group ID is something exactly reverse of your company website. So it can be com.ZaranTech. Got it? That's why it is like this, com.group ID. It's reverse for your website. It's a standard convention. Okay. And an artifact ID. Artifact means something readily deployable. What this application is all about? Is it ZaranTech website? Anything, you can just type it, which is very much relevant. Website. Because whatever you're developing is like website, then you will give it as ZaranTech website. Okay. And packaging is something which I'll tell you. Whatever, if I give MVN package here, I'll get a jar file. Okay. And inside your MVN, guys, if you go here, back here, so you have something called target folder. Inside the target folder, earlier I got a jar file. Now I will also get a jar file. I'll just show you. Yes, it has created a jar file now. Can you guys see it, all of you? Inside the target folder, can you see jar file? Please type it or please speak. Install phase will have some cascaded goals. Certain goals are cascaded. That means without packaging, installing is not done. So install has some cascaded goals which have to run along with install. So you already have a jar file there. Got it? Okay. So now what I will do is, if I go to this pom.xml, I'll change from jar to var file. Okay. Now do MVN package. See what happens. I think something is wrong. Wait, guys. Did I make some changes? Yes. Okay. I'll make this to var. Yes. Now let me do it. It should work now. There you go. So the moment when I change it to var, what it is downloading, guys? Can you guys see it? When I change this to WAR, what is it downloading?
Var
Tell me.
plugin.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. VAR stands for Web Archive. EAR stands for Enterprise Archive. Okay. Sometimes if it takes time, press enter on your keyboard. So just now I pressed enter on my keyboard. So it is downloading the Maven Archive plugin. Now it is creating a web, it's processing a web archive project. Okay. There you go. Build is successful. Now, what you see this time, guys? Please type it. Please tell me, everyone. Of course, you will do it, but just tell me first. Answer first, then we'll do it. Everyone, how about the others? Let's try to change the package name.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a common DevOps practice? Option A, automated testing. Option B, continuous monitoring. Option C, manual code reviews only. Option D, infrastructure as code. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to master DevOps? Our DevOps certification training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about DevOps. It's like a toolbox for improving software development, from planning to deployment and monitoring. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it, our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a DevOps pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Come on, guys. Finish it off and tell me what do you see. And also tell me how much build time it is taking. And you need to, every one of you will also explain like what do you see once you're done with this. You can download Notepad++ or Edit+. So let me put that into notes also. Please download Notepad++ or Edit+. So it's easy for you to edit, because going forward we'll see a lot of these files, so better to download now itself once you download. Because you cannot see properly, you don't see the lines inside WordPad, you don't see lines inside Notepad, so you have to use some editor. So let me know, guys. I'll just give you some time. I know it takes time. If you have any questions, please let me know. So Nuri and Nuri, I know it's a new laptop, but you can download this, and Tohidul also can download. Okay, guys. So it's up to you. If you would like to be responsive, or if you want to type in the chat, or you wanted to be silent, it's up to you. Okay. So now I have the packaging. Snapshot is something which you can mention, because every snapshot is like a new version. So you can maintain different snapshots, that is 1.0, 2.0, 1.0.1, 1.1.1. So you can maintain some snapshots for this. Okay. And you can have some Maven web app, counter web app. That's the name and the URL. This can be anything. And so there are some properties like JDK version, which Spring version you want to use, with JSTL, which JUnit version specifically you want to use. You can mention these properties here. This is very specific to Java programming language. It's not so important for you, but it's good to have. These are the versions you're forcing for the project. It is project specific properties. Everyone clear with this?
Here.
11 to 18, everyone.
So, sir, only one doubt, sir.
In the bottom, you have dependencies, right? For all the dependencies, we have given $JUnit version. So for this $JUnit version, it will come back and check here. Oh, JUnit is 4.11. So you can actually change this. If you want JUnit 5 instead of 4.11, you will change this from 4.11 to 5.0. Got it? Similarly, for Spring version, you can check the Spring version here. You can check the common logging version here. You can check the SLF4J version here, logback version, all these versions, JSTL versions. So I'm like waiting for you guys if you are able to understand from 11 to 18, each and every one of you. These are the dependencies required for you to achieve some features inside your project. Yeah, 8th line is like it's a snapshot version. Snapshot is like for every build that you take, you can store that as a snapshot. That means tomorrow if you wanted to come back and for this particular build, I have this snapshot. So snapshot version, you can keep it 1.0, you can keep it 2.0. That means it's like a saved commit artifact. Okay, so that you can come back and refer to this tomorrow. 2.0 snapshot, 3.0 snapshot. Correct. If you can go back to your target directory, you can see it. So 1.0, right? 1.0 snapshot. Show you. I think snapshot should be created outside this itself. Snapshot. It will not be here, but it internally gets generated. Snapshot will get generated. So you need not worry much about this thing. So you just say the version as 1.0 snapshot. You don't see with the specific name unless and until you give it with the model version. But yeah, so that remains here. So counter web app is the name which you're giving as an artifact ID. Okay. If I change this to counter web app to web app 1, I will have counter web app 1.var or var or EAR or jar. Okay. Snapshot is just a name. As of now, you can just ignore it. It's not so important. But tell me, guys, from 11 to 18, is everyone clear? Very important. If you do not understand, please let me know. But it's important. So you can just explain about what idea you have so that I can understand your mind voice. Correct. You want only that to be used in this specific use case or in this build. Forget about all those things. Read what it is there inside the tags. That is a version. Okay. But what is 4.1.1? You tell me that. And JSTL version, you are using 1.2. JUnit, you are using 4.11. And logback, you are using 1.0.13. JCL over SL4J, you are using 1.7.5. So you are telling to pom.xml that please get this version files downloaded. If you do not specify here explicitly 1.7, that is what it's going to do. It's going to take default what is available on your system. But certain projects will have Java version specifications also, right? That means you wanted to run this complete Java application only on 1.7. You're explicitly mentioning it here. Guys, is it interesting or boring now? You tell me, all of you. If I drop you in middle of ocean, you'll say it's boring or you have to learn how to swim. That's what it is. You have to get somehow accustomed to it or adapted to it because you are a DevOps engineer, right? You're not just a normal person. You have some extraordinary capabilities. Okay, all these things are highly paid jobs, guys. So please do, ask me questions or follow everything with due diligence. Okay, I know ZaranTech is doing a great job for you to actually provide you all these tutorials, reaching out to you, knocking at your door and saying that please come and upgrade your skills. So don't lose this opportunity. Even if it is a small thing, you have to ask me. Okay, no one is there going to insult you. Okay, in fact, I'm going to definitely take it as insulting if you do not respond in case if you're not clear. So please remember that. So same thing here, JUnit, it comes from here 4.11. So as of now it's 4.11. If I wanted to make this to 4.10, I'll make this 4.10. But dependency, I'm mentioning that my JUnit should be 4.11 and my logback should be 1.0.13 and my Spring should be 4.1.1, JDK should be 1.1.7. So all these things, if you wanted to actually have a check, it will be downloaded inside your repository, guys. You can check here, JUnit, check your version, it's 4.11. Go back and check here. There you go. And what else you have? So go back to your this thing, local repository, JSTL, which version? 1.2. Go back and check. You have JSTL 1.2. Okay, and log back now. Come back and go to log back and check what is the version. Is log back here. Okay, SLF4J. SLF4J. You want to go for 1.7.5. There you go, 1.7.5. Guys, all of you seeing it? Understanding it?
Little fast.
Yeah, see, nothing fast, guys. See, whatever versions you have it here. Okay, let's do one thing. So this will not work. This will not work. I think this will not work. So what you need to do is, whatever libraries you have it here, please compare with your repository. I think this is what the best thing is. So teaching us two ways. Either I should explain you or I should ask you to do it. If you do it yourself, I think that's you're gonna enjoy it. Now we have different versions for the dependencies. Please go to the local repo folder and verify all the versions that you wanted, that you mentioned inside the form.xml. Please spot at least 4 versions and ascertain if they are matching. Understood, right, guys? You know what you need to do? Go to this.
Yes.
Forget about JDK. You cannot see JDK. Start from these things, whatever I'm highlighting. Okay, I'll just put it this here. These properties, right? There are 5, but try to do at least 4 versions. Go back to your local repo and check whether whatever you mentioned here, only those versions are downloaded. This is the best way to practice Maven. Okay. I think with this, we are good with Maven. We can move on to Jenkins once we are done with this, because we have already covered better than what it is intended for us to learn. And you guys are doing a great cooperation on, learning all these things. Inside, you have to, just traverse to these directories. You have CH, you have AOP appliance, you have COM, you have common CLI, you have lang, should be there somewhere, or you have org, or you have XPP3. You don't know from which package they are downloading, but they will be there. Let's make it 3 then. Support at least 3 versions if it is difficult. What I mean to say it, guys, you are downloading as per your requirement. All of you agree with me? So that's what it is, right? So you're able to download all these things as per your requirement. Very good. Now that's what it is. If you can see, mostly this is what it is. And you have some Eclipse plugins and something with respect to your JDK versions, what compiler version you want to use, what Tomcat version you want to use. And all these things are, pretty generic, which you will be doing it. So guys, how much confidence you are there in Maven right now? Before learning Maven here, after learning Maven, what is your confidence level now? So guys, what we're gonna do now is we are done with this, okay? And this is what we need to learn with Maven, because what we're gonna do is when we have the Jenkins, it's all dependency management, right? You are all developers, and if you want to actually find out some jar file versions to develop a project, will you actually end up in searching in Google, or you will take help of Maven? Which is better? Simple thing. See, if I wanted to download a logback 1.1 version, you know what I need to do? Literally, logback version 1.1 download. This is what I need to do. This is my life. It's pathetic, right? But instead, if you could type it here, it gets for you. What do you say? Save it and upload it in today's work lab, day 2. Okay, that's better. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna get into Jenkins. Okay. So before we get into Jenkins, okay, let's try to first understand what Jenkins is all about. Now let's move to Jenkins along with Maven. Okay, Maven and Git. We learned Git and Maven. All of you agree? We are like 60 to 70% there with Maven, because being a DevOps engineer, you need not get into the nitty-gritties of Maven. So whatever is required for the DevOps certification only, I have covered Maven. But Maven still we have a few more things. How to maintain local repositories, how do you want to avoid public repositories? Because you're working some confidential project, why do you want to push all your artifacts into, why do you want to connect to your public internet, right? You can maintain a private repository. Got it? All those things are there. That I did not cover because that is not required. But that's the way it is, right? So anything, if you want to learn, you have to ask questions, or else you cannot learn. Okay. Even if I attend any of the training programs, I ensure that I ask 100 questions before I come out of the training. What the other things is irrespective. Okay. The trainer may get pissed off, or the trainer may think like, why is he asking so many questions? But perspective, guys. See, what I'm teaching you now is, you can ask me, before entirely getting into the DevOps perspective, we are actually preparing ourselves. Okay, we will actually combine all these tools things together, and we call it as a pipeline. That is like an end-to-end automation, but we are exploring them individually. And these are the things which developer does. Okay, see, I'll tell you one thing. If you're managing 10 developers, that's like fantastic. How do you manage 10 developers? Become a DevOps engineer. No more project manager, no management, nothing. No micromanagement, nothing. See, I'll tell you one thing, guys, beautiful thing. Okay. Do you want someone to point at you for your mistake, or do you feel it better if software makes a point on you? Right? If someone says, Okay, you will come back to me, Srini sir, I'm sorry, I cannot follow your sessions. Okay, it's okay, I take it constructively. But there are some people who do not like if someone comes back and say, hey, I don't like it. They actually, it hits their morale, and they can't be lucrative enough to actually perform well. If they wanted to be productive, if they wanted to get some feedback, a software should give them a feedback instead of a person. No one is managing someone. Come on, guys, you have to, sustain on your, yourself. No one has come back, and no one is going to lift you up, right? You have to be self-motivated, self-reliant, self-motivated, introspective, and everything is actually related with that self. You have to respect yourself, and you have to ensure that you are motivated always, or else it's going to be very difficult. But at the same time, here we are using all the kinds of automation software which will help you to harness your mistakes. If you make a mistake, software is going to say that, hey Srini, one build failed. So it's not going to actually impact you much. You just say like, okay, software is like this. Nature of software is actually finding bugs. But if a person tells to you, you don't feel it right away. I mean, you don't feel it right, and you will definitely get dejected. So that's where all these tools are. I mean, I'm just telling you the internal essence of all these softwares. But yeah, that is why they are actually to create more collaboration, transparency, so that you don't feel something is missing. So all of you can see my screen. There you go. Inside Eclipse, this is called Eclipse. If you guys want, you can download Eclipse and just explore. But yeah, if I go to Maven project, I'll select Maven project, and here, see what it asks me. So I'll say next. So see, Maven has some archetypes. That means if I wanted to use a web application, I have one. If I wanted to use J2EE simple, these are already predefined. Okay, you have this already in Eclipse. Most of the IDE, this is Eclipse is an IDE. IDE stands for Integrated Developer Environment. Okay, IDE, IntelliJ, or Eclipse, STS, everything is the same. So now it's asking me to select an archetype. I'm selecting an archetype. See what it does. It downloads the archetype. It's asking me a group ID. Guys, do you remember these things? Very simple now, right? Simple. Okay. If you want to add any project specific properties, you do it, or else just remove it. Finish. That's it. Now let's see. It's building the workspace here. All these are fantastic questions. So now you will see everything is getting downloaded here, guys. Please check. Most of the things getting downloaded for you, and it's actually creating a template, a Maven template, that is including a pom.xml and the directory structure also. Right? This pom.xml, you're thinking, come on, Srini, I mean, I cannot write this huge pom.xml. I don't want to learn Maven. I want to quit session. You may feel like that, but let's see now after using this. It's downloading a lot of things, guys, but these things, whatever it is getting downloaded, right? All these things will help you to, run the Maven project. But of course, I have some other projects also. So I teach other subjects like big data. I teach Spring Boot. I teach microservices. I do teach a lot of courses. So yeah, with ZaranTech, yes, we will be having the other courses also soon. So DevOps is something which I wanted to start with ZaranTech, and they want me to actually take this. So yeah, it's a long way, but yes, you guys can always feel free to reach out to ZaranTech for any course that you wanted to learn. Trust me, everyone in ZaranTech are wonderful people. They are very much transparent, and they wanted their best to actually give it to the students. Trust me, guys. We have downloaded this from GitHub repository. So I have actually given this Maven project from the GitHub repository. Okay, this is the GitHub repository. Now what he's saying is, once you create this project into the Eclipse, you have the project into the Eclipse here. Do we need to put it into the GitHub? Yes, that's the ideal way, right? So what I explained you earlier is I have taken only text files instead of this Maven files, because I know that you guys will not be comfortable if I directly explain you about Maven, because without knowing what is Maven, I cannot, tell you this example for taking it as a project. Now what I'm doing is, instead of telling you directly using these folders, I actually explained you with text file with Git, some small hello.txt file, hello.java or something. Then I'm coming to a real-time project where you can actually maintain these files, which is being developed by all of us. And so we are making our builds, we are managing the dependencies, and we're putting back to the GitHub so that it can be shared across all of us. So let this take some time. In the meantime, we'll cover a few more things, because I'll come back and show it to you by the time we finish our session. It takes time, some time. So guys, before getting into Jenkins, we wanted to understand Git and Maven. Okay, before we get into Jenkins, it's important for us to actually finish these two topics so that we can do these two topics with Jenkins. Okay, so now we are going to start with Jenkins. What is Jenkins all about and what does it do? Okay, so here it is. So this is the same Maven repository which I told it to you, right? Site is nothing but your project. You have pound.xml, you have local repo, your central repo, or remote repos, whatever it is, and you have your project. Okay. Now we'll talk about Jenkins. What is Jenkins? Jenkins is an open source automation server. It enables developers around the world to reliably build, fast, test, and deploy their software. It's used to build and test product continuously so that the developers can continuously integrate changes into the build. By integrating with large number of testing and deployment technologies, Jenkins allows to continuously deliver the software. Jenkins achieves continuous integration with help of plugins. Okay, so this is a textbook definition, right, guys? I always teach two ways. One, what is being defined already, or I will teach you in such a way where you can define your own self, your own. So this is what the introduction is. It is an automation server. It enables all the developers to reliably build, test, and deploy their software. This is pretty much open. It's used to build and test the product continuously. So you wanted to do it continuously so that nothing is breaking. By integrating with large number of testing and deployment technologies, Jenkins allows to continuously deliver the software. It's not only continuously build, it is not only continuously develop, it is not continuously deploy, but it is also continuously keep on automating things by actually, integrating your Jenkins with various plugins. That means with various tools. We'll see some fantastic automations. You will not see more of coding again like Maven. From here, the sessions will be very, very, very interactive, guys. These Jenkins is one very, very interesting tool. So let me explain you now here. So this is, I'll just save this because we can use it somewhere. Something which is very interesting. Now, all of you know what is Maven? Come on, guys, please tell me. Do you guys know Maven now by this time? All of you? Now, how do you now tell me one thing, very interesting stuff. Which build to consider? Is that not a valid question? See, you four are developers. Everyone cannot work on one single system, right? Do you think you four guys can accommodate in one system? You guys will be fighting. Sanjay will say, I need it. Right? I'm just kidding. Wait. Four people can't work on one system. Practically, it's impossible for all of you guys to accommodate on one system. You'll keep on saying, sir, Surya is not giving me system, Vijay is not giving me system, or Sanjay is not giving me system, or Tohidul is not giving me system. Okay, I was just kidding. But this is the reality. You need to have 4 systems. And this is where you will develop using Git and Maven, right? You'll use Maven to build, and to try and share the changes, you'll put it on Git. All of you agreed? Come on, guys. All of you are making your changes onto the Git repository, pom.xml, or whatever the coding that you have inside your Java files, you're doing it and putting it in the Git repository. Git is actually helping you to achieve the continuous development. Very good so far. Maven is helping you to take the builds. Very good so far. But which one to consider? Vijay is doing both Git and Maven. Surya is doing both Git and Maven. Sanjay is doing Git and Maven. Tohidul is doing Git and Maven. Of course, is also there. She's also doing Git and Maven. But which ones to consider? Is that a valid question, guys? How to know which one is the latest? That is one way to track. But do you? Okay, that's a very good point. But you have to keep informed, right? That you have made a commit. Yes or no? You have to tell to everyone that I made a commit. You have to tell to everyone that I made a Maven build. Yes or no? Guys, agreed? If I tell it this way, right? Definitely, you'll definitely try to follow. I know about you. So you'll come up with one presentation to give it to the client. Good. Now, when I have multiple builds, everyone have their own version. Everyone will have their own build. Which one to consider? That is where we will have continuous integration tools. Continuous integration. That means what I mean to say is, if Vijay, Surya, Sanjay, or Tohidul, anyone can take a guys. Can you? Is it practically possible for me to say to you that please don't commit anything, please don't build anything? Do you think you can work? I can do like that, right? So because the very purpose of having agile is that everyone should complete everything quickly. Now, in order to achieve this, we have continuous integration. That means anyone can actually commit their code anytime. Anyone can take their Maven build anytime. What we will have here is, we have Jenkins, which will actually have a beautiful dashboard, which will say, Vijay is taking a build now, or Surya is taking a build, or Sanjay is taking a build, or Tohidul is taking a build, or Noori is taking a build, or Noori has committed a code. Got it now, everyone? Continuous integration. Yes, that is automation, actually. That is automation, exactly. But there are two ways, manual and also automation. But I'm going to show you at the Jenkins homepage, guys, for you to get familiar. And then you can actually keep the Jenkins installed on your system so that from tomorrow we can do it on Jenkins. No more Maven. I'm really sorry about the Maven, guys. I know it's difficult, but you guys did a great job in understanding Maven. Let me tell you. All credit goes to you. I can explain anything, but unless you don't understand, everything is waste. So really appreciate your time and effort for being patient, asking questions, understanding Maven. That's good. Now I'm gonna open Jenkins and show it to you. So in the meantime, your Maven is done here. So can you guys see here? Maven build is done and it has created a pom.xml. Guys, can everyone see pom.xml here? Auto created. I think now you're gonna say, let's see what you guys will say after seeing pom.xml. What do you say, guys? That is correct, but it depends on your requirement. If you want to add, you can add more dependencies here. But as of now, these are the dependencies. But please see, all these things are auto-generated. Do you agree? This is what it is. Everyone clear? Guys, this is your Jenkins homepage. Okay. in Jenkins homepage, you will have list of builds. Okay, these are list of Jenkins jobs. You call this as Jenkins jobs. So in this Jenkins jobs, each one will have a particular thing. For example, one is ZaranTech website, ZaranTech mobile, ZaranTech, customer care, whatever it is. You have different projects here. Okay, all these projects belong to different teams. It can belong to different teams. Now Jenkins has the capability to actually track these projects. And guys, can you see, like, it shows you last success, last failure, last duration. Now we have so many jobs here. Okay, and each job can be created by clicking on the new item. So we are trying to get familiar with Jenkins. You click on new item and you have so many types of jobs here. We will actually discuss most of the jobs. Mostly you'll use freestyle. You'll give a name, something like Zaran, and click OK. This will create a freestyle project in which you can actually do the automation, whatever you wanted to do. So continuous integration Jenkins is like a workflow engine. Jenkins can support around 700 plugins. That means 700 tools can be integrated with Jenkins. This was long time back. Now it is 2000 plus. Jenkins is the most popular tool. If you know Jenkins, you know half of the DevOps. Now we are going to download Jenkins. So I'll give you this link, guys. So we are going to download. There are two things, okay, inside the Jenkins. Of course, we'll see more in detail tomorrow. Jenkins, you have an LTS. LTS stands for long time support. Generally, we go for long time support. Jenkins is free. Please remember, Jenkins is free. It's not chargeable. Anything which is free will become definitely popular. Please remember. So I'll just open Windows. Yeah. So I will actually give you the link of this so that you guys can download. Yes, there you go. So now you guys need to download Jenkins. Can you guys please download Jenkins? It's very simple. Next. You need not select anything. I mean, you need not explicitly select anything. Installing. Okay. So one. Let me do one thing. I'll make you as host so that you can share it to everyone. I'll make you the host, Surya. Is installing. He already downloaded it. So let's see that, because I have already installed on my system. Let's see how the installation is look like. So I'll just stop sharing my screen. So guys, so you should click on next, and it gets installed in C program file Jenkins. Click next. So wait, run as service local system. It's not recommended, but give it like that. Or you can run as a service or local domain with an account and password. I don't think you'll have account and password. We need to create one. So select the first one, click next. Port number is 8080. Guys, please click on test port here, 8080. When there is a right mark, if it is fine, everyone should get the same thing. Can you wait till here? We'll wait for others to complete. Guys, can you come till this page? Okay, select the first option and click next. Yes, click next. Test port. Okay, did you get a right tick mark? C program files. This is where your guys, Jenkins requires Java. Okay, Jenkins is built on top of Java, and let me tell you, Jenkins was initially developed to support only Java applications. Now Jenkins is supporting around 30 or 40 programming languages. Initially, Jenkins was built only for Java. Formerly, it is called as Hudson. Hudson is the name. They changed from Hudson to Jenkins. Click next. After selecting the JDK path, click next. Click next again. Nothing to select. Finish. Install. Okay, it will get installed. Guys, let me know. Please keep me updated if you're in this page. That
Or
means
server.
what he trying to convey is, I'll make things automated, or I'll make things everything for you. I can make a recipe. That's what he's trying to convey. Guys, once you finish, go to localhost 8080, come to this page, all of you. Let me know everyone is on the same page. Okay, fine. Anyways, let me come finish this and come back. Guys, can you see the directory here? It is giving a location, C Windows system config, system profile. Copy that. Okay, copy that. Go to your Windows Explorer, paste it there on the top in the address bar. Go to my computer, copy that location, paste it here. Yeah, on the top address bar. Yes, paste there. Okay, paste it there. You can open the initial password, or just remove initial admin password and type it. Yes, remove initial admin password. Go till there. Yes, press enter. Okay, is everyone getting the same thing? Then you should be able to. I think you don't have access. Or go to that C Windows System 32 config. Till there you go. Config. Yes. Yeah, you don't have permissions. Click continue. Now you can go inside that system profile. System profile. Yes. Continue. Okay, there you go. Here you'll get it. App data. Local. Jenkins. There you go. Secrets. Initial admin password. Open that. Right click initial admin password. Open in a text file. Yes. So copy this password. Paste it there. Yes, paste it. Guys, go to C Windows System and from there navigate one by one by looking at this. Click continue. Install suggested plugins. Click install suggested plugins. That's it for the day. Let it get installed. Okay. So guys, will you be able to do it till here? Okay, good. So guys, after install suggested plugins, you can actually give username password. You have to remember it, or you can continue as admin. So why don't we actually create a username then? So give a username. Do one thing. Let's continue as admin. Let's skip to this step. Skip and continue as admin in the bottom. Yeah. This is the next step after. Yes. Click save and finish. Instance configuration. Start using Jenkins. You have a very fast laptop because it's new. I think it's very fast. How about the others? On this page, welcome to Jenkins. Okay, fine guys, this is what it is, and I'm pasting the instructions. So tomorrow, everyone should see the Jenkins homepage. So if I wanted to see how many branches, I can see Git branch. Okay. If I wanted to see my local branches, Git branch -L. Okay. If I wanted to see my remote branches, Git branch -R. And if I wanted to see all the branches, A. Can you guys try this? One, two, three, and 4. Let me know once you're done. Just open your working folder and you can check the branches. Local. L means local, R means remote, A means all. Remote and local both. You have to just execute this command. So I did not explain anything. L means local branch. Okay. R means remote branches. A means all branches, both remote and local. That's it. These are the commands. Just execute these commands. That's it. So guys, this is how actually you will be able to, see your branches. Okay. And alternately, you can see your branches, all this information when you see few of those remote branches when you go to your GitHub as well, right? That is one thing you should not forget. Okay. Now coming to the commands, guys, there are other commands like git clone. So if I wanted to clone my repository, so let's say the same project, okay, I would like to clone in a different location. Okay, so if I want to clone this, so you need to click on the code here, drop down, copy the URL, okay, and go to any other directory. So just create a folder called clone. Clone git. So open a bash, git clone, paste the URL. This is when you're doing it for the first time on a new system. So I got it now. See, can you guys try it? Try this git clone. Get the URL, create a new folder, git clone, and try cloning it. Yes, guys. So we have cloned it successfully, right? Now I wanted to tell you a few things. Once you clone it, okay, you have a clone. I mean, I hope everyone is able to clone it. Anyone who's stuck? Okay. So when it comes to the cloning, right, guys, it can actually clone all the latest stuff that you have here. From here on, okay, there are two things which you need to keep in mind. One is git fetch and one is git pull. Okay, we'll talk about these things. These are very interesting concepts inside the Git, and they have designed it only for us to actually, use it at particular scenarios. Okay, now what I'm gonna do here is, first I'm gonna show you the log. Wait, I need to go inside the this directory, Zaran new. Okay. So git log will give me the info. Okay. So 08943B is the latest commit that I have. Everyone agree with me? All of you? This is for the cloning of my original repository. Yes. How about the others? Guys, if you miss this, entire batch is wasted. Okay, I'm repeating you once again. If you're missing concepts, please stop me. It's too early for me to fix. If you come back to me later, I'm really sorry. I mean, either we have to repeat the batch or you have to begin everything from the scratch. Okay, so always be attentive. I mean, this is only for your welfare, for your benefit. If it's emergency, yes, we can't do anything. You have to step aside or you have to, leave the session. But otherwise, please be attentive. If you're not following anything, you have to stop me, because that is easy for me. I mean, if you tell me immediately. Okay, good. So we have cloned it, and in the cloning, we got all the information that we had previously. Okay, now what I'm going to do is, we have our original folder as well, Git ZaranTech practice. Okay, I can actually open this bash. This is from Git ZaranTech practice. Here, I'm going to show you the same thing. Okay, So this is the commit that we did yesterday. Do you remember, guys? We resolved the conflicts. Do you remember before we left the session? Okay. Now, yes, very good. Now the interesting stuff here is, I'll ask you a very interesting question. Why this commit is being not reflected in your clone when you cloned it just now, right? It's the same repo, but why that is not available? The answer is here. While looking at the commit, you can see the answer. Can someone figure it out? Why 16E3F is not here when I cloned the repo? I'm just trying to sharpen your skills, guys. We have everything in the Git log. Generally, Git log gives us a clear-cut information. For every other commit that we have, okay, you will definitely have the information that it's present in origin master and on the local repo as well, if you can see every other Git log that you see. But whereas for this, you can see that it's available only on the master itself. So now what I'm going to do here is git push, and this is on the master. Please remember, see, I'll see the Git log again. This head is pointing on the master. It was on the master. It is in the master right now. Even now it is in the master. Okay. If you wanted to check, you can type git branch. Git branch will give you on which branch you're right now with an asterisk and a, you know, this nicely green color font. So what I'll say is git push -u origin master. What is happening now when I said git push? That's correct. Your local changes should be available on the remote, right? Okay, good. That's what it says. It has pushed the objects, enumerating the objects. Now, if I go to the remote repo and if I refresh my page, should I see my latest commit as well? Here it is. What do you say, guys? Is this not the latest commit? All of you agree with me? Switch to your clone folder. It's not your ZaranTech practice usual folder. I'm in my clone folder now. I still have 0894, but I don't have this 16E3F1D. Why? Can someone tell? Copy the URL again means? I mean, what do you mean? I mean, see, I know you're trying to convey something. Can you please refine it? Because it's not still clear. But what happens here is you need not clone it again. I know, I mean, you're trying to get to the point. You need not clone it again. There are two ways if you want to get those changes here. One is git fetch. One is git pull. Now we are going to understand when to use a fetch, when to use a pull. This is very, very, very important. Okay. Now let me go to this git clone folder and let me explain you something. Okay. So go to your head now. Inside your clone folder, open your head. See what is there inside the head. So head is pointing to refs heads master. Okay, refs heads master. Open this. So what is your head pointing out to now? 0894. Everyone see this? Clear? Okay, good. Now I'll go to git clone folder. What has happened now? This is in Git clone folder. So Git log okay, it has fetch. It did fetch something. Now we need to check what did it fetch, and we should also check whether we have the entire information that we wanted for that particular commit. Okay, so let's open the master. It's pointing out to 0894. I'm in the clone only, right? Let me check. Did I did it in the clone? Okay, yeah, I'm in the clone now. Okay, what clone does for you is clone will try to fetch the information that you have it at the origin. Sorry, what fetch will do is fetch will try to get the information that is available from the origin. Okay, that means you don't see the changes yet. Okay, if I open git clone hello.txt, it is hello ZaranTech everyone master. Okay, whereas if you go to ZaranTech practice, it says hello ZaranTech everyone child, changes coming from child is the latest. Do you see the difference, all of you? Here and this. So this is your clone. And here on this clone you performed a fetch. But do you see the latest changes? That's the question. Do you see the latest changes?
No.
These are the latest changes. But did you get your latest changes on this clone? That's the question. Come on, everyone. If you're confused, you can ask me. No problem. Because this is little typical. So this is the clone. You have two files. One is clone, one is practice. Okay. Clone is what you did just now. And this clone, we performed only a fetch.
And how,
on this practice, we have already the merged changes yesterday, which I push it to my remote. But when I said git fetch, maybe you guys are thinking that it should fetch these changes as well, but it did not fetch the changes. Git fetch. This is what I want you guys to observe. Is everyone clear on this? Yeah, I created a separate folder, right? See, git zaran practice, and the other is git clone.
okay. I didn't see that.
No problem. Yeah. So Surya, go ahead. So if I go to git zaran practice, yes. But if you come to git clone, you're saying ZaranNew. This ZaranNew is the repository name. That's it. If you can go back and you can check here, the repository name itself is ZaranNew. That's why it has created with a repository name when I cloned it. You getting me?
Okay.
If I create a repository from my git practice Zaran as git, okay, when I clone it, I'll get with the folder name git. That is when you add a repository name here. You remember yesterday, right? From here we add a repository name. Whatever name you give here, that will be your folder name. That's your repository name actually. That's why you're getting ZaranNew, because I copied it from the ZaranNew repository. You getting me? Is it clear? Okay, there's no confusion here. But it's a good observation, by the way. Guys, clear everyone with whatever? No, forget about ZaranTech. Okay, don't see like that. See one as a clone, see as a original folder. ZaranTech practice is the original, git clone is this thing. Okay, git ZaranTech is the original folder, and git clone is the clone. That means it's the same, but you just cloned it. Yeah, see, that is a repository name. Forget about it. This is the repository name from where you're downloading it. When you clone it, it's a repository name. Inside that, you have the files. That's what you should see. Okay. Don't get confused there. No confusion there. See, but all I wanted to tell you guys is when I pushed my changes to my original ZaranTech folder, that is ZaranNew, when I pushed it, it's available in the remote repository here. If you can see the latest commit number here. But when I said git fetch, why didn't I get it? Why didn't I get this? That's the question I'm asking you. Is everyone clear?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a benefit of implementing DevOps? Option A, faster time to market. Option B, improved collaboration. Option C, increased stability and reliability. Option D, elimination of all software bugs. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master DevOps? Our DevOps certification training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about DevOps. It's like a toolbox for improving software development, from planning to deployment and monitoring. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a DevOps pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Guys, in this way, we can never learn. There is no response. Yeah, because if you get confused here, you cannot understand it further. That's why I just wanted to be ensure that all of you are following this. No, you should not do git clone on the same folder. That's what I was telling you. Create a separate folder. Inside that, you should do git clone. So that is something which is missing on your part. That's why you got confused. Okay. So guys, why I wanted to tell you this is, even I gave you time to look into this, but let's do one thing. All of you, did you clone it? First, did you clone it? A separate repository? Everyone, you need to create a separate folder. Can you do it right now? Create a new folder, go inside it, open Git Bash and say git clone. What's confusing there? Open a git clone folder. Just create it, right click new folder. Can you do it right now? Create a new folder. Go inside the folder. It should be an empty folder. There, right click Git Bash here. Then you give git clone, copy the URL. You know how to copy the URL, right? I think guys, you're missing it. I mean, you have to be very watchful, because good that I asked, he would have been in nightmare now, because these details, you should not miss it. So watch one more thing here. Okay. Are you seeing my screen? I went to the repository, which is there on my remote GitHub. Okay. Here, click on code here on drop down. So I will get the URL, copy this URL. You getting me? Please do that. And then go to the folder which you created just now, git clone, URL, enter. That's what I want you to do.
Yeah, I got it.
Excellent. Guys, so this is what it is very important. So Sanjay, if you go back and see on your git clone, okay, since you have cloned it, after I pushed the changes, you should see this, but you missed a very valuable information. Okay, but I don't know whether how can you do this, because you cannot do this. I think if you missed a valuable information, I don't know how you missed it, but yeah, you shouldn't have missed it. Please be careful from here on, because we are going in a sequence. I gave you time to clone it and you didn't clone it. Instead, you cloned it in your own folder. So ideally, after cloning, I push the information to the repo. Okay. After cloning, after resolving this, I push the information to the repo. Okay. Then I have all my resolved changes in my remote repo. Okay. And this is the original ZaranTech practice folder. Okay. But now when I come to this clone folder, when I try to fetch it, I'm not getting these changes. Whatever original changes, I push it to my remote folder. From the remote folder, when I say git fetch will fetch from the remote folder. But I wanted to be clear what it is fetching. Is it fetching the changes? No. That's what I wanted to be clear. Is everyone clear now? When I say git fetch, is this getting all the latest changes in the files? No. From this git clone folder, I will say git remote remove origin. What does this remove? Can someone tell? Remote remove origin. What does this remove? Let me help you. I'll go to the git clone, because these changes are very subtle and you have to be very, very careful, very watchful, very quick as well. So go to the config. What did it remove? Can someone tell me now? Git remote remove origin. You can see in the command also here. It doesn't have any remote information. All of you clear with this? Come on, guys. What did it fetch now? If I go to the this folder, it fetches the latest head. It's pointing it to, and just the information, not the changes. Whatever information that it has on the remote, it will fetch it for us. For example, okay. So go to your Zaran here, delete this .git. Okay, I'm in the clone. Please remember, I'm in the clone. Okay. Now, do you think like this will be treated as a Git repository at all? See, I'll open the Git repository. I'll say Git status. What happened? Can someone tell me? .git folder contains all the meta information, man. So I deleted that. Clear, everyone? Now, what I will do is I have to, okay, just give me a moment. What I will do is I'll initiate this. Okay. That means what I mean to say is here, I wanted to first tell you what fetch will get you guys. That is my intention. Okay. So I will initiate this repository, git init. Very good. But this git init, does it contain? No, it does not contain any information at all. Right? After git init, you have your .git folder. Okay. But this .git folder does not contain any commit information. Why? Can someone tell? Yes, everyone clear on this? I just created a new initialization, right? It's a new initialization. Not the previous one, it's already deleted. I deleted it. Yes. Now you're good. Okay. Now let's try to fetch the information. So get fetch should work. Why fetch is not working here? Get fetch should usually work. It should get all the objects. Okay, go inside the refs, heads. Okay, let me do this. Why git fetch alone is not working? Can someone recognize this? Why git fetch is not working? Just think about it. I just realized. Yeah, what it should fetch? Git fetch will not work here. You said git fetch. Git fetch is fine. But what are you fetching and what information it should fetch? Are you giving any path to fetch something? No, right? Okay. Let me fix this. Get this. I fetch something now. Let me go back. This will give you the information of what? This should give you only the information alone of what? So let me this. Okay, and just the information. It gets you all the information of the previous iterations that it has. Okay, this is one thing. All the previous objects and the changes that it has. Okay, but it's completely not yet in implementation. So what do I mean to say is git fetch, it just fetches about the latest information that you have it on the remote repository alone, but not your changes. This is what git fetch is meant for. Git fetch will never give you or never fetch you all the information, not even the commits. It just, you know, tries to connect with your remote origin URL, but that's it. It fetches whatever information that you have, previous information. That's it. But now, if I want to fix this, I want my changes here. See the difference. Sorry. Get full and get this. Get full. Okay, one second. Fetch the error for non-track or working tree files would be overwritten by merge. Okay, so what this means is that what Git, guys, do you remember when did you encounter merge yesterday? When did you encounter merge yesterday? This is a good information actually. When did you encounter merge? Do you remember yesterday? Now, I have a question here. When I said git pull, why are you getting something related to merge? Okay. What I mean to say here is, why I'm actually showing you all these things is, git pull equals to merge plus fetch. Okay. What usually happens is, when I say git pull, it says, git pull, it says the following untracked working tree files will be overwritten by the merge. It is giving you a warning because I have some information here. Okay. And I just have deleted the old git.git folder, which has all the information. Okay. It's a brand new working tree structure. It's a brand new .git initialization, which I did it just now. And I did not push anything to my Git remote repository, or if you check git status, it says it's still in the modified state. Now at this stage, it is not allowing you to merge, because what did we do? What we should do now? Can someone tell? Please compare this and this with the error and with this. What's the issue now? Come on, see at these two things. What is this error all about? Can someone read this? Following untracked working tree files will be overwritten by merge. When you gave the pull command, it is already calling merge also. I wanted to actually convey this, but before doing it, please move or remove them before you merge, because this working information has a brand new folder which is getting tracked right now, because I have deleted the previous git. It does not have any commit information. Now I have to commit again. Is everyone clear? Guys, I'm actually explaining this error. Why it's throwing you error. Clear everyone? Git pull, it should get the information from the remote repository. I gave the remote repository. Git pull, correct? Git pull will get the remote repository information, and also it will merge all the changes that you have from remote to your local. That means whatever changes you have in the remote, those changes will be merged with your local repository. Suppose in local repository you have 1 and in remote repository you have 2. 1 will get replaced with 2. But in order to replace 1 with 2, your Git is not clear because local repository contains untracked files. See, untracked. Please combine these two things. It's clearly saying it has untracked. That means I should have to either remove this or I have to just commit it first. Then only I can perform a git pull, which in turn it internally applies git merge also. Whoever asked me just now, are you clear? Now see what happens. Anyways, you will do it. We'll be doing it now. So git add hello.txt. Very good. Till here, all good. Now, before applying the git pull, I'll go to this repository and I'll show you some information. Okay. This is what I have. Everyone clear? So far, this is what I'm committing. Now, what happens after git pull? This is what we want to see now. So git pull. It immediately says refusing to merge unrelated history. That means if you go back to this folder and you try to open this, it did not change anything. Okay, because in such scenarios, okay, it is having problem with fetch head. I mean, that means I tried to fetch earlier and I am trying to use git pull now, but it's still not clear because after merging my local change, after committing my local changes, I never try to connect with my remote repository, and this is not clear for it. It's not clear at all. It doesn't know what to do. Okay, in such situation, first I have to go with git fetch. Okay, let me get the git fetch. And of course, there's one more thing you need to understand here. When you are getting the information from the remote repository to your local repository, okay, there are certain things which you need to keep in condition. That is, have you connected with your Git remote repository yet? In this case, what I did is I deleted the .git folder itself, complete information, whatever I have it. Okay, so it's not able to get or it's not able to recollect at all. So in this case, even if you try with git fetch and git pull, it is not working because I have deleted the .git folder. But what is the usual case here? If I wanted to, if this would have happened in a correct scenario, or this should happen in a correct scenario, let me actually explain you. I'm just telling you the information of metadata, and slowly I'm trying to explain you what is pull and what is fetch. Okay, so what I will do now is I'll get this and I'll go to this new folder, clone latest, git bash here. Sorry, I did git UI. It should be git bash. Now, if you see, git clone will get all the .git information that you have it. We should go inside here. You'll get all the information here. When you have all the information about your commits, see, it has master, it has remotes, origin, everything it has. In such scenarios, okay, when the directory is clear, when everything is clear, you can actually go to the git bash. I'll just remove the other things because it might confuse you. Git bash here, git status. Yes, your branch is updated with the origin. Now, when I have this, I have connected to my origin here because I have a valid metadata folder. Now, we'll go back to the same thing. What I'll do now is, I don't want to push it from the other folder, but imagine that someone is coming here and editing it. Okay, changes from data, editing from origin. Commit the changes. Okay, the moment I'm saying editing from origin here, come back, now type git status. Okay, so git status is still connected with your git remote origin, but still, if you come back and see here, you still have this thing. You don't have the information what you updated here, editing from origin. In order to do that, you can do git pull. You can give the remote, or I think remote will already exist here because I did git clone, right? Git clone will contain everything. Now I am using git pull at this moment. What it did do? It is saying fast forward. This is a merge. Fast forward is nothing but a merge. And if you come back and look at my local, editing from origin. See, it fetched the information. It also merged my latest changes from this folder to my local folder. So you have the latest changes here. If you open this, editing from origin. Clear, everyone? Git pull. This code at new commit, I did it here in the remote repository, right? So that code commit is 523 E9CB, correct? This is the code commit. I did it 1 minute back. Come back to here local and you type git clone, sorry, git log. I'm getting 523 here. This information is also being fetched. This information fetch is also done, and merging of your changes from remote to local is also done. So git pull equals to fetch plus merge. It gets all the information from your remote and it overwrites all the information from remote to your local. So fetch means it is not making any changes. I showed you earlier, right? Git fetch will not override anything here. Your changes will never get affected. It will not override this information. Fetch will only get the .git information. That too, not everything. It will not override the commits. It will not override the information. Just the basic information that you have it from your remote origin. Git fetch can do it for you. But git pull will not only get the information, but it will also make the changes and override the changes that you have at your local. Yeah, git pull is what will fetch you the info. I mean, git pull is what will pull you the information. Correct. So pulling means you get whatever is there at your remote to your local. Complete thing. That will include merging also. See, here it did a merge, if you can see. Last time, I think, yeah, I removed it somehow. It merged it, it did a fast forward merge. That means whatever information latest that you have, it is getting overwritten on your local git pull. But git fetch will not do anything as such. Git fetch can only make sync local and remote. That's it. To sync local and remote, you will use git fetch. That's it. But git fetch, actually in real-time scenario, no one uses it. Unless if you wanted to, connect your local and remote, but otherwise we use git pull mostly to actually get the changes from remote to local. For example, we are all working together. I wanted to get your changes. I'll use git pull only. I'll never use git fetch. Got it? You can do it. You can do the pulling, but you have to be careful that when you are actually pulling it, please ensure that that will also merge your changes. You have to be aware of that. Okay, this is what I clearly mentioned here. Git fetch will get only the commit information. Git pull will do the merging and also fetch. Git pull equal to git fetch plus git merge. Okay, so what you guys need to do is now, in order to see this git pull ineffective, okay, clone the existing repo into a new folder. Once you get clone, so clone it. Once you clone, git clone URL of the repo. Okay, make changes on the remote GitHub. If you want those changes on local, please use git pull. Warning, your local information will be overwritten if applicable from the remote. Can you guys please try this? This is little important. Let me know if you have any questions. No, see, whatever I did so far, when I said git pull, this is in the clone only. You didn't get, correct? Why? Because both are two different repositories. If I wanted to get it here, you know how to get it? Let me show you. There you go. I did git pull. Now you got it. Clear? This is what you need to do, guys. Whatever I just did now, just do this. This is what is important. Click on this pencil symbol, edit this file, give some edit here. Once you edit it, come here and click on commit changes. That's it. Just go to your hello.txt, whatever the file is. Go inside the file, click on the edit button. Wait, I'll just show you. Go to the file, click on this pencil symbol and commit it at the down. Done pulling from clone says, as long as if you're clear with the pulling, it's fine, guys, because I know fetch is something information which you cannot see it with your naked eye. It just does the internal, metadata syncing and all those stuff. Very good. See, because I think you did not clone anything first. After cloning, you need to do pull. Directly pull will not work because pull will not have any information about your remote, right? First clone it. After cloning it, do some changes on the remote and then pull it. Just create a new folder. If you're confused, just create a new folder. First do the git clone. Once the git clone is done, go to your remote, just change the file, come back and do git pull. That's it. You should get it from only the code, right? Click on code, you will get the URL. Go to your git remote repository. Yes. Click on code. Yes. Click on that code. Yes, copy this. Yes, that's it. You'll get this time. It will run. Pull. You already cloned it, right? Type ls. Type ls. Remove this. Type ls. No. Only ls.
Oh.
Go inside this. cd space ZaranTech. Now ZaranTech. You didn't give. Yeah. ZaranTech. Yes. Now work. Oh, what? Yeah, 2 times you gave the same wrong. It's double N. Now type git space pull and copy the URL. That's it, done. Space, copy the paste. Copy the URL. Right click, paste. Right click, paste. Enter, it's done. You'll get it. That's it.
I got it. Okay, sorry about that.
No problem. See, because you are already cloning from the same destination, right? Git pull should be fine. You're right. But why I'm just giving you this is because just to ensure that for you to understand what git pull means. Git pull plus the URL of the destination. That's why I asked you to do along with the URL for you to not get confused. It's just the complete information, right? Okay, guys. So we have two more topics left in Git and Git GUI. So one is stash and one is cherry pick. Okay. Before getting into stash and cherry pick, I would like to first show you a demonstration. It's a very simple and straightforward. It won't be much complicated as git pull or git fetch. So I'll just open the Git bash here. I'm in my master branch, but let us assume, guys, or just let me get into child branch. I'm in my child branch. So if you go back here, it's in my child branch, but I somehow thought I'm in my master branch. So I'm just typing, making changes to master. I thought I'm in my master branch, but actually I'm in my child branch. Then when I just, typed git status, I see that it's modified, but then I realized, oh my God, I'm in my child branch. I was supposed to all these changes on my master branch. These changes are supposed to be on my master branch, making changes to master. But actually, in reality, I'm in my child branch. Guys, did you understand my mistake? All of you? I heard 3 voices out of 7. So in this scenario, it's only one line, guys. Imagine if I'm making 1,000 lines of code changes on 1,000 files. Do you think I can go back and undo all these changes? Because I spent a lot of time, 3 or 4 days, working in this wrong branch. I realized that I need to actually bring those changes to the other branch. In this situation, we'll go for git stash. When I say git stash, what it does is it temporarily removes this. Okay, it temporarily removes, because I'm making changes in wrong branch, right? This will remove this. When I say git stash, making changes to master will be removed and it will be stored in a temporary file inside git stash. I can go to the intended branch, I'll switch to the other branch and I will say git apply there, git stash apply. So these changes will come to my original branch, in my original intended branch. Okay, let's see this. You will also do this demo. It's very simple. So I have saved this file. I'm not committing it. Please remember, git stash is only for the changes which you did without staging and committing. Please remember that. So what I thought is, if I go back and see, I said, okay, I'm making changes to my master, and I'll come here and see, oh my God, I'm at my child. So I was supposed to do it my master branch, but I did everything on child branch. What should I do now? Okay, I have a solution. That is git stash. The moment when I say git stash, it says saved working directory in an index. And if you go back and see this file, see, it has changed. It's gone now. No changes made to master now. You don't see that thing. You don't see that changes here, but it is saved somewhere. Now what I will do, git checkout to master. Okay, I'm in my master branch now. In my master branch, open this and check. Changes coming from child is latest. This is my previous this thing. What I can do now, git stash apply. We may get some merge conflicts also, but let's be, yes, we'll get some merge conflicts because we have two different information. One information is coming from the updated stream, that is editing from origin. One information is coming from the stashed changes. So I want to make these changes, which I stashed it just now. So I'll keep this and I'll remove this, save this, making changes to master. So using stash, I can, easily get the changes from the other branch to this branch. Okay, so now what I will do, git status, if you check, I need to add it. committed, resolved conflicts after stash. That's it, done. Can you guys do this? Or is it complicated? Whatever I gave is a shortcut, but you can type git stash or git stash save. You can check them from the list, what is available in the stash, and then git stash apply is also fine, or stash @0. If you have multiple, stashes, then you can apply the internet @0. @0 is the first stash. Okay, you can have multiple stashes and you can use whatever you want. Now let's talk about one more scenario. Okay, the same scenario. Okay, it's very interesting now. So these are all the features what Git is giving you guys. Okay, Git is actually allowing you to, rectify your mistake and introduce, reintroduce by actually rectifying your mistakes. Okay, very practical way of using with Git. So I'm in which branch right now? In my master branch. So I'll check out to the child. I'm in my child branch. So when I'm in the child branch, I realize the same thing. Okay, I'm doing the same thing again. Okay, so in this branch, so am I using different branches? Git practice Zaran, Git practice Zaran. Okay, I'm in the same folder working directory. So what I'll do is I'll try to make some changes. What's the mistake I'm making here? Come on, everyone. Now what I'm doing is, so I'll say git add and git commit. Committing changes to master branch. That's what I'm saying here. Once I committed, wow, then I understood. I'm saying committed to my master branch, but I'm in my child branch. What to do now? Come on, guys. Do you think stash will work? You can just do it. Make some changes, commit it, try git stash. Clear, everyone? Guys, is stash working now? All of you. So now, guys, at this moment, what I will do is I can switch back to master branch, git checkout master. Please make a note of these things. Okay, please make a note of the commit that we did earlier. This commit ID is important. Of course, if you type git log, get it, the latest commit that you did at your child. But this commit, what you did it at your child. Okay, it's not giving it here still, right? Yeah, okay. It's not showing it in this branch. You see? Yeah, it's not there. Anyways, 1E double C 823. Okay, this is what I need to do a cherry pick. Okay, so what I will do now is I'll say I went to my master branch, that is my intended branch, git cherry pick 1E double C. There you go. Now it's there.
It's not important.
1E double C is in my child branch. From child, I'm getting it to master by doing cherry pick. So I'm getting a conflict again because I have previous changes. It's asking me which to keep it. Simple thing. Remove this. This is what I wanted to keep. So making changes to master branch, as simple as that. Save it, and you can see now you can commit it. Git add hello and git commit. So now you'll say resolved conflicts after cherry pick from child to master. Okay, now it is this also here, it's clearly showing you cherry picking. Guys, clear, everyone? That's what I'm saying. If you want to check out to the child, first make changes here to your existing branch. Once you resolve, you need to commit it, or else it will not allow you to change it. Git is very much, particular in terms of these things. Unless you keep your working copy clean, it will never allow you to switch your branches.
Hey there, want to master DevOps? Our DevOps certification training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about DevOps. It's like a toolbox for improving software development, from planning to deployment and monitoring. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it, our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a DevOps pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.